Sean McDermott meeting with the media on Monday following the Bills' win over the New Orleans Saints. Couple of injury updates, the most detailed of which was about the Bills' punter. Cameron Johnston is going to miss some time with a foot and ankle injury. McDermott said that they are planning on bringing in some new punters. He did not have any updates on the two players on IR, Tyler Bass or Max Hairston. And when asked about Matt Milano, Spencer Brown, Ed Oliver, all McDermott would say is that they are all improving. Last night, that's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Last night on Monday Night Football, Dolphins over the Jets, 27-21. Tyreek Hill with a gruesome leg injury, a dislocated knee is what the injury is, but Hill going to be out for a long time. Broncos and Bengals goes the way of Denver easily, 28-3 in favor of the Broncos. They improved to 2-2 on the season. Major League Baseball wild card begins today. 1 o'clock is the first game. Tigers and Guardians. These are all 3-game series. Later today, Red Sox and Yankees. That's going to be just after 6 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I got to tell you about the dream I had.
The dream you
ever had a dream you're on the Bills? I had a dream I was on the Bills.
Like as a player?
Yes, in a game.
Well, dreams, they feel real while we're in them, right? It's only when we wake up that we realize something that's actually strange.
What position?
What do you think?
Quarterback?
No.
Oh, come on!
Wide receiver.
Yeah, one play. What am I doing? Running down the field blocking for James Cook. I'm buying in.
Yeah!
All effort, baby. Look at how Joe Brady's even convinced me. Even in my dreams. It's like when Dwight Schrute dreams about being the assistant to the manager.
Assistant to the regional manager.
Who are you blocking? Troy Polamalu.
And what I see, Palamalu just went right into the seat gap.
Cook got to the second level, and I see Polamalu trying to take the angle, and I'm trying to get there for Cook to take the cutback.
How did it go?
I got the job done, man.
Come on.
It's my way. What, you think of my dream? I'm taking a holding penalty or something?
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
We got flagged for illegal formation after all. It happens. In the recurring dream.
The dumbest of all the penalties. Because nobody watching understands it.
Yes, thank you.
Right?
Illegal
at least
formation.
like 96%.
Right. The so-and-so was uncovered, and he's a foot off where he's supposed. Okay.
Well, that's where Terry McAuley makes his money, right?
That's right.
Wait, no. Terry McAuley is a ref, right?
No, he is a rules official.
No, he's a rules. I can't keep track.
Yes. Anyway. Happy Tuesday.
Tuesday. A 4-0 Tuesday.
4-0 Tuesday. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. We're hanging out here on WGR. We'll get Howard picks the Bills today. Had a pair of Monday Nighters last night. Tyreek Hill's career might have ended.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think it probably did.
I know.
At least
this year,
the Tyreek Hill that we have known on the field for the last 10 years, where he's the undisputed fastest player in the National Football League. Mm-hmm. I think that Tyreek Hill, at the very least, that's gone after last night.
You don't think he's going to take that 100-meter dash anymore?
I don't think so.
Against
where he races at
Noah Lyles, is that his name?
Noah Lyles. Yeah. He should have done it.
Well,
had his chance. I think that's over now.
Yeah, maybe. I know by saying this, I will undo this. I've not seen this injury.
No?
No.
I saw it live.
Okay. I've not seen it.
I was out with some friends, and we were, watching the game, mostly watching the game. Everyone's, 70% dialed in. We're talking whatever. I see him go to the sideline, and I see him down. We're in a public place, and maybe I alerted a lot of people in that room to it because I saw his leg and went, oh! And everybody immediately that wasn't looking at the TV looked at the TV, and then everybody realized in the moment, his leg is facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, what you should have said was, don't look at the TV.
I should have done that. Yeah, right. And so I did the opposite, actually. I made everybody look at the TV and look at the disgusting injury that is about as gruesome as you get in sports. Yeah, that was bad. They did show it on ESPN.
How many times?
I think just the once.
Just once?
I think it was after the commercial break. So they went to break
and thought about it.
They thought about it, and I didn't hear, the sound wasn't up. Maybe they announced it like, we're only going to show it once. Look away if you don't want. They're actually showing on ESPN right now.
Okay, I will look away.
That's kind of crazy too. So okay, they're willing to show it a couple of times. It's not as gruesome as like the Kevin Ware injury because they're wearing all black basically, and it's
it's a little different.
Right, like you don't see his leg. You just know, hey, that black sleeve is going in a way it's not supposed to.
Right.
But it was gross. It's a gross injury. Dislocated knee. He didn't break his leg, I guess?
No, dislocated knee, which often means multiple torn ligaments.
Right, okay.
So, yeah, one of those.
But it's not like his bones snapped and I don't need to, sorry.
Yeah, you're right. I was going to say,
6:05
here
in the
I am
morning.
saying, hey,
I made it worse
I
just
managed
now.
to avoid this. You're like, let me give you a play-by-play. Let me paint you a picture.
Yeah. All I'm saying is it probably could have been worse than it was.
Yeah, all right.
As for as bad as it looked.
Could not have been much worse than it was for the Jets. They did make it competitive at the end. So the Jets lose. They are 0-4. And do you know the movie Step Brothers when the two guys are getting interviewed by Seth Rogen?
Yes.
And they're in the office and they're like, all right, you know what? Now this does seem a little bleeped up. Like,
yeah.
That's that line. Sometimes it's a meme. Ian Hartitz uses this a lot. Like, all right, you know what? Now it does seem a little messed up.
The tuxedos?
Yeah. Now the tuxedos do seem a little messed up.
Right.
Right about now on the Jets, I feel that about you. Like, you know what? After all, now that getting rid of Aaron Rodgers and going to Justin Fields kind of seems a little messed up. Like
yeah, I mean, I did feel bad for that. Like, they should have won that football game.
Yeah? You sure?
They had a fumble at the 1-yard line as the running back is falling into the end zone.
Early.
And then Garrett Wilson got called for the softest offensive pass interference ever on an incredible touchdown. Like, they outgained Miami by more than 100. I don't, like, they get the touchdown at the end. Maybe that wasn't going to be as easy if they're down by 14.
Right,
but
it's 27-13 at that time.
Yeah, but
Miami's kicking field goals to kind of put that thing away.
But they could have won that game. Just don't fumble at the one.
They gave up 2 touchdowns to Darren Waller.
Yeah, that did happen. He hasn't played football in like 2 years.
Yeah, he's back and he got 2 touchdowns. So
yep.
They are 0-4, their worst start since 2020. In 2020, the Bills were also 4-0. So repeating history. And in 2020, the Bills went to the AFC Championship game, right, and lost that game.
I did want the Fields play. You say that the Fields play was awesome. The Fields 4th down.
Yep.
He's scrambling to the right. He decides to go back left, 50-yard touchdown run. Did you see Aaron Glenn with him after that play on the sidelines? I can't know what he said. It just looked a little too much like, hey, not in the future. We're not going to, like, that's not the, I don't know. It seemed like he was giving him a lesson on something right after he had just made the play of the game. And is that the type of coach he is? Maybe it is. They're like, hey, my guy just did something amazing, but this is why we're not going to be reversing field very often.
Right.
So, like, it worked this time, but no, not on a regular basis. Maybe was what he was drilling into his quarterback there. I can't decide if I like Aaron Glenn yet or not. He might be over the top culture.
Yeah,
I think he might go too far. Is right now my implication. With him.
The one impression I had of Aaron Glenn watching last night. By the way, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. If you watched last night's games, these are quick reviews of what happened last night. A thought on these 4 AFC teams. We watched 4 AFC teams play last night. One of my thoughts on the Jets was, I've never seen a coach on the sideline get more camera time for just staring stoically. Glenn doesn't talk. He doesn't. In these moments, he wasn't clapping. There might have been a 30-second, and he's just the microphone is up away from his. It's almost like if you're internal. If I'm using what I see him saying, it's just him on the sideline saying like, okay, okay. I got work to do. A lot of work to do with this group.
Yeah.
And then the Dolphins get a win. I do think the Dolphins are not terribly 0-3 bad. They are 0-3. Their losses are all to possibly good teams. The Bills, the Colts, right? Week 1 it was the Colts. And since then we've learned, oh, you know what? Actually, Indy might be good. And they lost to New England in Miami. And New England's 2-2. So, you know, the stat on Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins, they are 1-3, and what do they have? A win against a bad team and 3 losses to good teams. So, if I'm a Dolphins fan, I'd be looking at the schedule and saying, like, all right, who do I play next? Do I have the opportunity to beat another bad team? Because they might
They do play another bad team next, by the way.
Is it the
They're at
Panthers?
They're
okay.
at Carolina.
Panthers. They play the Browns in here, but they play too many good teams. Like, their season is over. They're not going anywhere, I don't think.
Right.
And I don't think they can win enough games to save their coach's job. So Miami is soon to be in a transition. The Jets are 0-4 and probably on their way to some 3-win season.
Well, and they also just lost their best offensive player last night, right, for the year.
Yeah.
Like, and Hill was not putting up 1,700 yards anymore like he was 2 years ago, but... You know, it is funny, though. The moment he went out, Waddle is just like, there he is. Oh, there's Jalen Waddle.
He's good.
He's great.
He's very, very good.
Oh, someone else has to step up and become their number one receiver and just, that guy is, like, perfectly capable.
Yep.
Open on every play. Just, like, easy for him. He's injury-prone, too, but if he stays healthy, they have a guy. And maybe Darren Waller.
Maybe
Darren Waller can be another option.
They should be potentially moving him at the deadline, but who knows if he's
Darren Waller
going to do more than just 1 week.
Yeah.
Then there's Cincinnati and Denver. Here's Denver. They are 2-2. They probably feel like they should be 3-1. They gave the Colts an extra kick at a field goal.
Yeah.
And Cincinnati is dead.
They can't do anything.
Are dead. Their season is over. They won't make it to when Burrow gets back and be in contention. Their next 3 games, Cincinnati, are the Lions, Packers, and Steelers.
Wow.
And then it's Jets, Bears, Steelers. For Cincinnati here, Patriots, Ravens, Bills, Ravens, Dolphins, Cardinals, Browns. That team is done for. And if you're a Cincinnati fan, I had this thought, and if Bills fans want to think about this for 2 seconds, you could. You know, the Bengals... Maybe we should stop worrying about them until they actually make it to a January again.
Yep.
We have this scar tissue from this one game where Cincinnati beat the Bills and they went to a Super Bowl and all right, they've had some overachievement in the playoffs, but they are an underachiever in the regular season. And if you underachieve enough in the regular season, you don't get a chance to overachieve in the postseason. So Cincinnati, if I'm a Bengals fan, you know what I'm thinking today? I'm looking at the draft board and I'm thinking, what do I get? Franchise left tackle? Franchise defensive end to replace Hendrickson? Do I want a safety, corner? Like, who's at the top of the draft that I can get? Where's my next Jamar Chase? But I already have Jamar Chase, so I need that at a different position. And I don't know what that is for Cincinnati. It's probably an offensive lineman because they need some help for Burrow. That's what the Jets did. They drafted super high and they took a tackle. And
Membo's awesome.
Yes, he is. He appears to be very, very good for the Jets. So it's a horrible season for Cincinnati. They got dominated by Denver. But I'd be thinking, all right, I've got an owner that's cheap or whatever, doesn't go out and spend the money. Maybe we can smash it at a tackle, which is something a lot of these teams with quarterbacks that need protection, like this makes a ton of sense. So it'd be the most boring offseason and draft for me. All due respect to tackle conversations. But it'd be like, all right, just tell me who the best tackle is. I'll take that guy 4th overall and call it a day. Call it a year. The year you tank for a tackle. That might be what Cincinnati's got to do.
Tackle tank?
Unless they're going to trade for a quarterback, which is...
They are 2-2, like, you know?
You are 2-2, and you have a lot of money sunk into these receivers that you cannot get the ball.
But does anyone right now get plugged into what that team is and suddenly make it? What do they need?
Like, does Jameis do that? Does Kirk Cousins do that?
Right.
Does Russell Wilson do that?
What are you walking into? You have got 2 elite receivers, but, like, you've got nothing protecting you in front of you. Like, Kirk Cousins?
Nah.
Did you see what he looked like last year? Put him behind that offensive line and see how long he lasts. Maybe Jameis would do a little better. But... like they've got big problems. The quarterback not being there, I think, inflates them. So I think bottoming out is probably the better idea for them. And just, you know, I'm trying not to do this too much, but every time I watch one of these bad teams, I'm like, looking, all right, who they're good players. Let me make a mental note of, okay, Bengals are bad, so Trey Hendrickson at the deadline, right? Because he's on a 1-year deal. Like, they'll trade him in a month, right?
Maybe.
Why wouldn't they? They're going to lose him in the offseason?
They don't do very smart things, but maybe they will trade Hendrickson.
True. That is true. But, like, he could get dealt in a month. I think the thinking, though, was Browning throws for a lot of yards, gunslinger backup. He's going to come in and tread water, and maybe Burrow can get back in December. And they can make a late push and get in. But what do they have to be for that to sound realistic? Do they have to have 7 wins by then? And who are they beating looking like they have in the last 2 weeks? There's nobody in the league.
Nobody. In fact, the yardage disparity between the Broncos and the Bengals last night was the largest in the league this year. 350 yards difference between the two teams.
Yeah.
And that's a Denver offense. It's not exactly been great, but it's been good enough. Bo Nix looked great last night, and the Bengals got hammered. So, your AFC playoff picture, it's still like 13 weeks to go.
I still see a lot of bad teams.
Yes,
in
a
the
lot.
Like, how many teams can you just immediately, like, that's not a playoff team? No way. Tennessee's not a playoff team. The Jets are not a playoff team. Cleveland's not a playoff team. Miami, Houston. Let me stop there. Raiders, Bengals. Am I done? Anyone else you'd be open to?
So who's the in the hunt race left to? Baltimore,
obviously. Houston.
Maybe.
The Raiders.
I mean, Houston's got work to do in their own division because there are 2 good teams, maybe.
What I'm getting to is I think New England is going to have a really good look at this.
They should.
So many teams are already dead for this.
Yep.
And they have an easy schedule. And you're competing against, like, Houston and the Raiders and maybe Denver because the Bengals are going to drop out. So, like, it's really, I think, in play for New England this year to get into the playoffs because I think there's not a lot of competition for these wild card spots.
803-0550 is our phone number. 1-888-552-550. Is it too early to do what do you think the Bills will target at the deadline? You said as you watch these bad teams, you look at their roster and say,
what can I get?
What can I get?
Yeah.
And who did we talk about yesterday for this? We did talk about somebody.
I mean, we talked about New Orleans a little, right?
Yeah, that's safety, but the Bills aren't really mad at safety right now.
Yeah.
And what's the most? And we're also spending a lot of time talking about the players that are coming back for the Bills. So the idea of adding something in is tough to forecast. But is it too early? Are people out there thinking about what they're going to add? When I think about that conversation, the main thing I get to is that they definitely should/will. And I'm thinking back to, remember when the Sabres, 05-06 and 06-07 Sabres. Mm-hmm. Those were 2 great teams. And in 05-06, what did they do at the deadline? They did not much. It was a we like what we have in the room kind of move. Mm-hmm. And anytime you're that good, you should, of course, act. 06-07, it was Dinas Zubris, and they made a goalie trade, right? Like Marty goes to Philly and Ty Conklin comes in, but it was Zubris. Is that it? That's the most they did at the deadline with championship windows. 05-06 was nothing, and 06-07 was Zubris. And I wonder if the second time of those 2 years, there was a thought, we didn't do anything last year, and no matter what, we should try to do something. And they got a player that ended up playing and being important in the playoffs for them, in the Rangers series at least. So I think about Bean, and along the way here, last year they didn't wait to the deadline. Last year they traded for Amari Cooper now. It was now last year where Cooper made the trade. In fact, when's the anniversary of that?
The Cooper trade? I mean, it's right around now.
It's
maybe in a couple weeks.
It's October 2024. Yeah, October 16th, so it was a little bit later in the season.
Yep.
Yeah. A little later in the season.
And the deadline's not till November 4th.
Right. So you have more time. But last year they traded for Cooper, and that wasn't, I don't know if that feels like a deadline move. That's just Adams went 20 minutes before. Devontae Adams went to the Jets.
Yeah.
And Amari Cooper comes to the Bills. And listen, people get sick of wide receiver conversations. There's a reasonable conversation to be had. If the Bills had acquired Adams, would they have decided to keep him? Would they have tried to? He's still good. Cooper retired. Adams went to New York and did great. Cooper came here and was okay for a couple of games. But they made that move out of a little bit more desperation than it appears they'll have now. So I don't know if I should be convinced they're going to make a move, but I lean almost all the way to they'll do something. Bean is a GM that likes to be active. I think a lot of people like that he's pretty active. And we get to the deadline this year, I'll be stunned if they just kind of sit on it and we're okay.
Well, especially if they have a unit that is performing the way it's performing right now. Yeah, the defense I saw through 4 games. What's our bet? Bottom 10 defense in the league by DVOA at some point in McDermott's career. Right now they are 22nd in the league.
Okay, so that's 11th from the bottom.
I know it's 11th from the bottom.
Never a doubt, still safe.
Yeah, for now. If that holds and that continues even through a couple of guys returning, then are they going to feel like they can win a Super Bowl with this defense? Because that would be, all right, if we are worried the answer to that question is no, that's the side of the ball. Let's go add a corner. Let's go add another linebacker. Maybe it's not even like the biggest move in the world, but they trade a fourth or a fifth for somebody's, rotational piece. But to just sit on their hands if they have a side of the ball that is getting beat week in and week out, which has been the defense really. I mean, they've played below expectation every game so far but one. Then I would see them making a move. Offensively, I would really question where they would do it. So I don't really see it up there. Unless you want one very specific type of receiver, the downfield guy, like a Rashid Shaheed, but I just don't know how that guy fits onto the roster. They already have 6 guys that are dressing.
I might have the same question about the defense. Where does the person fit? Because...
Like if they like Trey Hendrickson.
Sure.
We're already talking about whether they're going to cut a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah.
And that's before any move like that.
Right. I don't think they're going to cut Landon Jackson, but maybe they cut Javon Solomon. If Hendrickson comes in, then somebody else has to go because...
Then, yeah.
Right. Like, they have numbers everywhere. Who would they think about replacing? Their defense, I know it has holes as a unit. I know it has holes overall, and we're generally getting conversations about how it's not been up to snuff. We think those pieces coming back are going to be kind of like trade deadline pieces. That might be a response we get a lot here, which is like, hey, what position you think they might target? Someone might respond with, getting Michael Hoyt back will be like a trade deadline acquisition. This is something the Sabres actually used to lean into a lot. I remember when they said re-signing Tim Connolly was their deadline move. Just say you didn't
It's not what a serious team really does.
Just say you're not making a trade. Not that the Bills are doing that. So if you're looking at the positions, like safety to me is always on the table. Cole Bishop had a nice play last week, really nice play. Maybe he's doing well. The Taylor Rapp conversation, when we got to the draft, safety was talked about for a day or two pretty intensely. And Sal, of course, was there to say, like, the Bills love Taylor Rapp. So, okay, I guess they're going to stick with that at the time.
We need them to get off that stance to, I think, get a real trade at safety, right? Because right now, he would be the guy that you should replace.
You think is the most likely starter to be replaced by the deadline?
Corner.
Tre'Davious White?
Yeah, Tre'Davious White.
But then you're just doing that maybe with Max Hairston, if he's healthy, if he's ready. And if you don't, you're bringing him in and cutting who? Jamarcus Ingram, who might already be off the team when Ogunjobi comes back.
Right.
So
this is why you just got to throw in, of course, the name A.J. Epinesa into any one of these trades. Just solves all your problems.
Yeah.
There's no position right now where that feels like that would be easy. But aren't you trying to add at the top of these positions?
You are. You are trying to go top down. I would think that's what you want to shoot for. Is a top down trade rather than some depth here.
Yeah, right. Because they have the depth. It seems right. Like I'm going to go trade a 6th-round pick for somebody's backup corner when I feel like I've already got a few backup corners.
And I think what this whole conversation kind of gets to, we kind of organically got here to the deadline and what they might look for. What position on the defense do you feel really good about right now? Is it defensive tackle? No.
No.
Is it defensive end?
No.
Is it linebacker?
No.
Is it safety? Is it corner?
I feel better about safety than I did before the year, but that's just because Bishops look good.
You might feel good about linebacker, but of course Milano is injured a lot. And Dorian Williams, I was watching Joe Marino's All-22 breakdown. Dorian Williams, rough in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we'll see.
So I guess I don't really feel great about any position. None of them.
Yeah.
I have fingers crossed about the defensive line, but no, like as presently constructed, I don't know. Like I got individuals that I'm good with, but like linebacker even that's supposed to be a strength of their defense, right? And Bernard is what Bernard is. He's kind of up and down, but he's going to make your splash plays. And like anyone that's going to say Milano into that picture, like, well, you'll hopefully get Milano back. Like, Can I trust that at all?
It's tough to
right
trust
now.
It. Yeah, it's tough.
It's too many injuries at this point. I mean, it's 11 games in 3 years that he's played. So that feels like, a bonus at this point if I have a healthy Matt Milano playing for me in the biggest games.
803-0550, our phone number. You want to check in on that with us? You can. What position on the defense do you feel good about? What position do you think they might target in a couple of weeks, a couple of months? I mean, the trade deadline's about 5 weeks away.
You're not worried about your bet?
Bottom 10 defense?
They only have to drop one more spot.
No, I'm not.
And then hold there for the whole season.
No, I'm not that worried about it. Again, they're going to get some reinforcements. Oliver, Hoyt, Ogunjobi, and maybe Hairston and Milano.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they'll be a bottom 10 defense.
By the way, the Ravens 26th in the league.
They
are a bottom 10 defense.
They have an excuse to a point.
Injuries?
Well, yes, they've played.
But those are new, aren't they?
They've played 3 great teams.
Okay.
And they are destroyed from injuries.
So you think the Bills would be ranked that low if they had played the Ravens schedule?
If they had not played the Jets.
If the Bills had played the Lions, the Chiefs, and then let's keep the Ravens because they can't play themselves. What would their ranking be? 26th?
27, 28. Yeah. Sub out the Giants game. Sorry, for the Bills. Sub out the Jets game and throw the Lions in there. What do you think happens? I know the Bills beat the Lions last year and had a pretty good day.
They would give up a lot of points.
They did, but their defense had enough plays.
But like this year, I think they would give up a lot of points.
I think they would give up a lot of points.
I think they would give up a lot of points.
Yeah. Not to defend the Ravens. Their season might be undone. The Ravens might have one of those seasons where like, well, never mind. It's over. Too many injuries.
Matabuke's now is out for the year.
Kyle Van Noy. I mean, they've just lost everybody.
Yeah.
803-0550 is our phone number. 1-888-550-2550. All right. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring. Howard picks the Bills a little later today. We're going to maybe check in on the Sabres and give some thoughts on them because they did play 4 games since the last Bills game. But, on a Buffalo Bills football Monday, we're focusing big on the Bills. So some thoughts there. We are 10 days away from the start of the Sabre season. It's going to be a week from Thursday. Mm-hmm. Is it 10 days or 9 days? Whatever. You get the idea. Anyway, lots to get to. 803-0550. Join us on the YouTube stream. Join us in the chat. Drop us a comment. Say hello. We've got maybe Let's Get Stupid to get to today. Other fun stuff as well. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. So I don't know if I should be convinced they're going to make a move, but I lean almost all the way to they'll do something. Bean is a GM that likes to be active. I think a lot of people like that he's pretty active. And we get to the deadline this year, I'll be stunned if they just kind of sit on it and like, yeah, we're okay.
Well, especially if they have a unit that is performing the way it's performing right
defense.
now. Yeah, the defense I saw through 4 games. What's our bet? Bottom 10 defense in the league by DVOA at some point in McDermott's career. Right now they are 22nd in the league.
Okay, so that's 11th from the bottom.
I know it's 11th from the bottom.
Never a doubt, still safe.
Yeah, for now. If that holds and that continues even through a couple of guys returning, then are they going to feel like they can win a Super Bowl with this defense? Because that would be, all right, if we are worried the answer to that question is no, that's the side of the ball. Let's go add a corner. Let's go add another linebacker. Maybe it's not even like the biggest move in the world, but they trade a 4th or a 5th for somebody's rotational piece. But to just sit on their hands if they have a side of the ball that is getting beat week in and week out, which has been the defense really. I mean, they've played below expectation every game so far but one. Then I would see them making a move. Offensively, I would really question where they would do it. So I don't really see it up there. Unless you want one very specific type of receiver, the downfield guy, like a Rashid Shaheed, but I just don't know how that guy fits onto the roster. They already have 6 guys that are dressing.
I might have the same question about the defense. Where does the person fit? Because...
Like if they like Trey Hendrickson.
Sure.
They're already We're already talking about whether they're going to cut a third-round pick.
Yeah.
And that's before any move like that.
Right. I don't think they're going to cut Landon Jackson, but maybe they cut Javon Solomon. If Hendrickson comes in, then somebody else has to go because...
Then, yeah.
Right. Like, they have numbers everywhere. Who would they think about replacing? Their defense, I know it has holes as a unit. I know it has holes overall, and we're generally getting conversations about how it's not been up to snuff. We think those pieces coming back are going to be kind of like trade deadline pieces.
Bills 4-0. Sean McDermott meeting with the media yesterday. Couple of injury updates. Punter Cameron Johnston's going to miss some time. They're going to bring punters in. Ed Oliver, Matt Milano, Spencer Brown are all improving. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-million. Speaking of injuries, Tyreek Hill with a gruesome one last night on Monday Night Football for the Dolphins. A dislocated knee. He'll be out for a long time. The Dolphins win the game 27-21. Also, Denver won 28-3. The Ravens are going to be without their star defensive tackle. Nnamdi Madubuike is going to be out for the year with a neck injury. He's being placed on IR. Brock Purdy did not practice for San Francisco. He sustained a toe injury on Sunday, and it's reportedly not a lock that he starts on Thursday Night Football against the Rams. Baseball playoffs beginning today. The first game starting at 1 o'clock. Tigers and Guardians. That's the wild card round. All these are best of three. The Red Sox and the Yankees play at 6:08. Blue Jays await the winner of that three-game series. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Fake it to Gordon, too, on the move, and flips into the end zone for a touchdown. The second time, it's Darren Waller, the new Dolphin tight end, making a huge impact in his first game since January.
Darren Waller, 2 touchdowns for the Miami Dolphins last night. And Miami wins. They are 1-3 now. The Jets dropped to 0-4. And the Bengals get smoked by Denver last night, the Monday night doubleheader. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Tuesday. We, yesterday, we witnessed, can we say witnessed?
No.
We didn't witness a hole-in-one? We were nearby for a hole-in-one. We played yesterday, Joe and Owen and me and John Polka of the Bills. We played down at Gowanda in the Spina Bifida Classic, the Back-T Classic, first annual, raising money for the Spina Bifida Clinic at Oshai. And the group in front of us, we hear a yell.
Yeah.
Like, What do we got? A birdie, maybe, something. And then they're posing for pictures. That's a hole-in-one.
Yeah. Well, we witnessed them pull the ball out of the hole, but we didn't witness the swing.
Right.
I think we witnessed
or
them,
the ball going in.
Yeah, they had no idea that the ball had gone in, and we saw the moment happen. Like
you could argue
we saw it.
They didn't witness it.
He thought he was over the back of the green, and they're going to look for it, and they go check the hole, and it's in the hole.
Right.
Yeah, par 3,
Which how often do you do that?
Check the hole.
Let me just walk. It's probably let me just walk by the hole.
That's a funny
take
question.
A peek in there. No, it's not in.
My career total of check the holes is probably in the hundreds.
Yeah.
And my career holes in one is 0.
0.
Yeah. And my close to a hole in one might be like 3.
Yeah.
I don't have any. And this guy, Vinny, he has 3 in his career, but we witnessed a hole-in-one yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we witnessed the moment in which they realized it was a hole-in-one.
Right.
But now I have a good joke. Anytime anyone asks me, what's the closest you've ever been to a hole-in-one, I can say, about 1 hole away.
1 hole
That's
away.
my answer now. That's the closest I've ever been to one, because I don't have one.
Right.
But good to see it really is.
Well, it's not like it's not like the jackpot at a casino where like
the slot machine next to you.
Yeah, right. Like if I just sat at that one and pulled, like it's not like if he had not hit it and I was the next group up, then I would have hit it.
How do you know if we weren't the group ahead? If we were one group ahead, maybe
you think we would have hit it?
Maybe the golf gods would have given that to us.
It's all the juju. It's all the vibes. That's
right.
all it is.
That's right.
I think I celebrated the putt I made on that hole harder than he celebrated the hole.
Owen hit a JJ Spawn 70-foot.
It was
bomb,
but after the hole in one.
Yeah, and they were not impressed.
No,
the longest putt ever hit that gets a meh.
He said you only lost by 1. Then
Yep.
he called from the next tee box. He was like, "You only lost by 1."
Yeah.
I'm over there fist pumping.
Well, he made his shot from 6 times further away.
Yeah.
I mean, if not,
more than that.
More.
Didn't have to rain on my parade. I went up and gave him a handshake.
803-0550. Good morning. We started this morning talking a little bit about the deadline. Just what do you think the Bills are going to need as we're talking about ways to fix this defense? Whether or not we should be thinking, and whether or not Brandon Beane should be thinking the fix is on the way. Are the answers in the room? To steal a line from the Sabres. We think the answers are in the room, right? For the Bills, are the answers in the room?
Debatable.
It's tough to know.
Tough to know. I don't know what they're getting from Ogunjobi. I think I feel pretty secure about what they're getting from Hoyt. But like, what level of impact are those guys going to make, and how much should we expect them to jump from like now to like the end of the year? Like, I'm not considering the possibility that by the end of the year they're one of the best defenses in the league. That to me is not happening, right? But can they be? Is middle of the pack a fair goal to even set? Is that enough, or do people want them to be better than that?
That's a good question.
Because I don't even know if they're capable of that, of being better than that. But like when I say like, hey, I would take 16th for them right now. They walk into the playoffs and they're the 16th best defense in football. Does that sound like I'm putting the bar too low for them? What are they supposed to be?
Yeah, that's
is a part of this too. Like they're a defense without a game-breaking, like star player. So like, how good can they be? They need everybody to be healthy, and they need everybody to like play within the scheme the right way, because they don't have a Chris Jones game wrecker, I think.
Unless
they have good players.
Right, unless Ed Oliver's first game this season was the first sign he's going to be a consistent game wrecker.
But like
that's a game.
Right. And that's Parsons week in and week out, right?
Yep.
Like they're not getting that. So I think I'd take middle of the pack, and I think that is probably good enough. I mentioned in the first segment, like, do they think it's good enough to win the Super Bowl? I think if you're the 16th best defense in the league, you should think I have a defense that's good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Especially if you have Josh Allen.
Right. Because right now, that's where a lot of these teams reside. Can I be as good as Kansas City on defense? Maybe that's the bar.
Well, what's Kansas City on defense? The difference for Kansas City is that when you get to match play, they have a secret weapon in Steve Spagnuolo who makes a call in a moment and wins.
Right.
Because Spags, I'm not trying to say like it's all bluster. He does get a lot of credit as a defensive coordinator that routinely gives up like 29 to 30 points and wins against the Bills. Really, look
against the Bills, right?
Look at what happens in these games. They don't shut the Bills down. They make a play.
Timely stops.
1 to 2 plays.
Yeah.
When last year, they gave up 29 to the Bills. And what do? They send one blitz that confuses them. They also make some stops on fourth and shorts, I guess. Like, is that scheme, or is that the Bills just didn't have the push up front? Mm-hmm. In the playoff game 2 years ago, what did they do? The Bills, 8 clock. People loved how efficient they were. Tyler Bass misses a kick. Otherwise, that's a Spags defense giving up a drive, going down the field to tie the game late. And what's going to save us bacon is going to be Patrick Mahomes. Yep. So it kind of gets to that whole thing I'm getting at with like match play and stroke play in the playoffs. Match play. Do you have this secret putt? Do you have that one shot you can pull out? And Spagnuolo does. His record in games where his defense gives up 29 or more, I think he has 3 wins when his defense gives up 29 or more. 3.
Wow.
13 seconds.
Ever?
In the playoffs.
In the playoffs.
I got to remember what I did. It might have been between their 2 Super Bowl losses. That might have been what it is. They lose to the Eagles and they lose to the Bucs, right?
Yeah.
In those 2 Super Bowls, they lose, they get hammered. And
well, when they beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl, they gave up 35.
Right.
They gave up 36 to the Bills the year prior.
And won.
And
they gave up 29 to the Bills in the AFC Championship game and won.
Yeah.
So, like, I've got 3 wins where 29 points or more against were...
If you want to go way back to 2019, their first Super Bowl win, remember, this is like the first playoff game of the Mahomes era. They gave up 31 to Houston, and all of it was in the first half.
And won.
They won 51 to 31.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
a bunch.
They have a game where they lose in overtime against the Patriots, right? Their very first appearance. And they give up 31 in that game.
They give up 37. 31, so 31 in regulation.
Yeah.
37.
31 in regulation, lost a coin toss.
Yeah.
He has a ton of postseason wins.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say a ton. A good number of postseason wins where not like this defense is incredible.
And will the Bills ever have one of those?
Where they just make the play? They make the one play they need to make?
Right, because that happened on Sunday, right? Like, hey, the Ravens, they finally started moving the ball a little bit. Okay, here's a 4th and 2. And they weren't showing blitz, and Spags just, like, completely tricked Lamar Jackson. And bam, there's a free rusher, and he's got to, like, throw it away. Turnover on downs in the other direction. And Romo just shouting, that's Spags for you. Mm-hmm. But that's what he does, right? Is that all it is, by the way? He just disguises blitzes? Maybe it's more than that.
There's a lot.
Because the Allen play last year, remember, where in the regular season, he takes off and runs on 4th down and scores. I think the story after that game was Spagnuolo tricked him into what Allen thought they were in something else. Spagnuolo tricked them, but Allen is so good and so athletic that he scored anyway. So, right, like that. But I don't think I'm getting that from the Bills. I have to be better than them on defense because I don't think I'm getting that dialed up thing they haven't seen at the perfect time, and it's gonna win a game for me. Like, I think Bobby Babich does a great job as their defensive coordinator, McDermott too, but like they have not shown evidence that I should be expecting that in a playoff game.
803-0550 if you want to join us. Bills have their rivalries game Sunday night against the Patriots. They'll be wearing the white rivalries, snowy Buffalo uniforms. They'll be doing some stuff at the stadium for this, and we'll talk with Chris Jenkins of the Bills coming up at 9:15 to get you prepared for Sunday Night Football, which could be a good scene. I've got some rally towels behind me on the stream here. If you want to pop on YouTube, you can see they're going to do some rally towels. These towels say "Bring the Storm."
Bring the storm.
Bring the storm.
Did you like the Miami ones last night?
I do like those uniforms. I think they look good.
They look better than I thought they would.
I don't know if I want to say they're Miami's best uniforms, but they're really good. I think, I liked them a lot, especially at night. For a night game, those are great. I mean, Miami's not about to wear black jerseys in the Miami sun at 1 o'clock.
No, they're not.
So they're perfect for a primetime game. And, I thought the Miami jerseys were nice. Arizona's were okay. Pretty good. Miami's are good. The Bills wear theirs this week.
And then I think there's a while. I think we wait until November until some of the other teams start doing it.
Because, Seattle plays, I think Seattle wears theirs this week.
I've got Seattle wearing them December 18th.
Oh, wow, okay. I thought it was a lot sooner.
I've got the date on all of them. Seattle's December 18th, San Francisco January 4th.
Wow.
The Jets December 7th. New England will wear theirs on November 13th. That might be next, honestly, after the Bills.
Okay.
LA, the Rams will wear theirs November 16th. Yeah, just the Bills in October. That's it. So you got the Bills, and then if you're looking for these cool jerseys, it's going to be a while, I think.
The biggest problem I had with those Miami jerseys was the fact that they're trying to claim that they're blue and not black.
I agree with that.
I said that I liked them, and then my dad said, no, they're trying to call them blue.
They said they're dark water.
Yeah, I don't like them anymore.
Okay.
Dark water is
black.
Black.
Right. Like, are we talking about the water that's 300 meters down? Because that's black. What are we? What?
Right, it's dark. It's dark water.
Is that right? At night, dark water. It's black. Right?
Yeah. What about it would be blue? If there's no light, that's black.
When you go deep enough in the ocean,
just darkness.
Yeah.
Imagine you're down at the bottom. You're searching the wreck of the Titanic, and your light goes out, and you're like, well, I can't see. It's total blackness. Like, actually, it's dark blue.
Exactly. That's exactly my point.
No, I think it's black.
Yeah. You're talking about dark water.
I think it's dark blue.
Yeah, okay.
I have this. I got the swatch at Home Depot. This says it's dark water.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that. The Jets are also, theirs are a dark green, and they're black. It's fine.
Theirs are more green than I think the Dolphins' are blue.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But it reminds me when the Sabres would be wearing the very dark blue uniforms. Like on TV, I'm sorry, you look like the Bruins. If your blue is so dark that it looks black, I agree. Owen, that's a good call out. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. It's Jeremy and Joe. We got a rivalries game this weekend and a big one, too. The Patriots are here to prove something. If they were to win, it would be maybe not seasonal statement, but it would very much be, okay, the Patriots are here and they're coming, right? It wouldn't quite be the level of when the Bills won in New England. That ends like a, million-year run. Mm-hmm. But they dominate the Patriots post-Brady, and it starts to feel like, okay, your reign is over. And I don't think New England winning a game here on a Sunday in Week 5 says that, but it might actually say what Miami thought they said in Week 3 a couple of years ago. Like, oh, we're coming. We're working here to get on your level. We'll see what they've got. 803-0550 to join us, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. So I don't know if I should be convinced they're going to make a move, but I lean almost all the way to they'll do something. Bean is a GM that likes to be active. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people like that he's pretty active. And we get to the deadline this year, I'll be stunned if they just kind of sit on it and like, yeah, we're okay.
Well, especially if they have a unit that is performing the way it's performing right now. Yeah, the defense I saw through 4 games. What's our bet? Bottom 10 defense in the league by DVOA at some point in McDermott's career. Right now they are 22nd in the league.
Okay, so that's 11th from the bottom.
I know it's 11th from the bottom.
Never a doubt, still safe.
Yeah, for now. If that holds and that continues even through a couple of guys returning, then are they going to feel like they can win a Super Bowl with this defense? Because that would be, all right, if we are worried the answer to that question is no, that's the side of the ball. Let's go add a corner. Let's go add another linebacker. Maybe it's not even like the biggest move in the world, but they trade a 4th or a 5th for somebody's rotational piece. But to just sit on their hands if they have a side of the ball that is getting beat week in and week out, which has been the defense really. I mean, they've played below expectation every game so far but one. Then I would see them making a move. Offensively, I would really question where they would do it. So I don't really see it up there. Unless you want one very specific type of receiver, the downfield guy, like a Rashid Shaheed, but I just don't know how that guy fits onto the roster. They already have 6 guys that are dressing.
I might have the same question about the defense. Where does the person fit? Because,
like if they like Trey Hendrickson,
sure,
we're already talking about whether they're going to cut a 3rd-round pick, and that's before any move like that.
Right. I don't think they're going to cut Landon Jackson, but maybe they cut Javon Solomon. If Hendrickson comes in, then somebody else has to go because
then
right. Like they have numbers everywhere. Who would they think about replacing? Their defense. I know it has holes as a unit. I know it has holes overall, and we're generally getting conversations about how it's not been up to snuff. We think those pieces coming back are going to be kind of like trade deadline pieces.
I'm not considering the possibility that by the end of the year they're one of the best defenses in the league. That to me is not happening, right? But can they be? Is middle of the pack a fair goal to even set? Is that enough, or do people want them to be better than that?
That's a good question.
Because I don't even know if they're capable of that, of being better than that. But like when I say hey, I would take 16th for them right now. They walk into the playoffs and they're the 16th best defense in football. Does that sound like I'm putting the bar too low for them? What are they supposed to be?
Yeah, that's
is a part of this too. Like they're a defense without a game-breaking, star player. So how good can they be? They need everybody to be healthy and they need everybody to play within the scheme the right way because they don't have a Chris Jones game wrecker, I think.
Unless
they have good players.
Right, unless Ed Oliver's first game this season was the first sign he's going to be a consistent game wrecker. But that's a game.
Right. And that's Parsons week in and week out, right?
Yep.
They're not getting that. So I think I'd take middle of the pack, and I think that is probably good enough. I mentioned in the first segment, do they think it's good enough to win the Super Bowl? I think if you're the 16th best defense in the league, you should think I have a defense that's good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Especially if you have Josh Allen.
Right. Because right now, that's where a lot of these teams reside. Can I be as good as Kansas City on defense? Maybe that's the bar.
Well, what's Kansas City on defense? The difference for Kansas City is that when you get to match play, they have a secret weapon in Steve Spagnuolo who makes a call in a moment and wins.
Right.
Because Spags, I'm not trying to say it's all bluster. He does get a lot of credit as a defensive coordinator that routinely gives up 29 to 30 points and wins against the Bills. Really, look
against the Bills, right? Yeah.
Look at what happens in these games. They don't shut the Bills down. They make a play.
Timely stops.
1 to 2 plays.
See what you want when you want with WGR Sports Radio 5.
Live. The Broncos turn around and extended 2 more. Here's Mims. Touchdown, Broncos.
Big O got the guillotine chop. He needed Bo Nix and Marvin Mims to really not score, and the good news is they dominated. So it wasn't close for you. That's Joe Buck on the call. I got a stat of the day for you, powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit EmpireElectricians.com. The Bengals, in their last 2 games, have been outscored on offense 14-13. The Vikings had two defensive touchdowns, and they have 13 points.
Wow.
I guess you give the extra points to the defense, even though it's a special team. But yeah, the last 2 games, the Bengals have been outscored 14-13 when their offense is on the field. That's tough. Jamar Chase, there had been a school of thought that Jake Browning could make this offense work. He had in the past. He'd had decent games. It's not working right now. But last night, Jamar Chase against Patrick Surtain. So Surtain was last year's NFL Defensive Player of the Year and had been incredible all year. He got beat for a touchdown by Curtis Samuel, of all people, last year. Mm-hmm. But Surtain against Jamar Chase, 8 yards. One catch, 8 yards, 13 coverage matchups. 0 catches on 10 matchups in man coverage.
Yeah.
And Surtain has now matched up against Jamar Chase on 54 career routes. Jamar Chase's career against Patrick Surtain, 4 catches, 35 yards.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to get a real specific example, this is Mike Evans on Marshawn Lattimore. This guy dominates everybody, but not him. Mike Evans dominates everybody. Can't beat Marshawn Lattimore. Never could when he was with the Saints. And here's Jamar Chase, not beating Patrick Surtain. You could say that's a Burrow thing, but again, like 54 career routes. So pull off last night, and that's 3 catches on 41 routes before last night.
Defensive Player of the Year.
He might be that again.
Yeah, honestly. And Chase, meanwhile, he's just on the list of star receivers in the league that just aren't doing anything right now.
Yeah.
Right?
A lot of them have.
Of the best receivers, Chase doing nothing. Jefferson's not doing a lot. He finally got going a little bit on Sunday.
Neighbors is hurt.
Neighbors is hurt. A.J. Brown is not doing nothing, and he's now we're doing the cryptic post thing with him.
Yep.
Tyreek Hill's out, right? Like the star receivers of the league. Who's doing it? Puka's doing it.
Puka's on way to maybe the Offensive Player of the Year.
And that's it?
Yeah. Hey, the one with the
who's the next best receiver in the league this year?
The one with a really good quarterback.
Yeah, that's
Turns out pairing those things together
are good.
It is a good thing.
But if he's the best receiver in football right now, who's second?
If Puka Nacua is the best,
start the year,
who's the second best receiver in football?
Yeah.
Emeka Egbuka.
It's quick for him.
JSN.
That might be a good answer. I might honestly. He had that one down the sideline. Some people think he's a slot guy because he's a little smaller. Mm-hmm. Did you see the route where he went in and out, and he just turned a corner around on the outside, like down the field? Like he's awesome.
St. Brown, another good answer.
Yeah, right. St. Brown.
It's another good answer.
But like Brian Thomas isn't doing it.
Nope.
Nico Collins isn't doing it. That's his offense being terrible. Lamb is out.
If I could remove myself from the Bills receiver train, just as a advocate for receivers,
the league receiver train,
just give these guys the best quarterbacks.
Right.
Wait till you see what would happen.
Right, because who are their quarterbacks right now? Chase has Browning. Jefferson has Carson Wentz.
Right. And McCarthy before that.
Neighbors, even before he got hurt, it was Russell Wilson.
Uh-huh.
Collins has Stroud, but again, it's like Stroud with half a second.
Stroud is half a second, and he's not an accurate passer.
Right. Brian Thomas is Trevor Lawrence. A.J. Brown is a quarterback that can't complete a ball like
down the field.
Yeah, at all.
Yeah. Cortland Sutton.
He's good.
He is good. 803-0550, Olave, another really good one.
How about
can't get the ball?
Sorry, how about last night? Garrett Wilson's awesome.
He is?
Garrett Wilson's awesome.
Who's his quarterback?
He's an amazing, amazing wide receiver that will not. He's in this He's in that tier. I'm ready to say, he's in that top tier of receivers, and no one knows it because he's had the worst quarterbacks.
I'll give you another name. Ayuk, hurt.
Yeah.
Ayuk's like a top 3 receiver in the league. He's amazing. He's just been hurt for a year and a half now.
I was going to say, he might not be anymore, though.
He's been hurt for a year and a half, pretty much. And that's taken a long time. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Speaking of receiver, when do we talk about Diggs? He's coming back.
How loud or will? What's the right question for Booze on Sunday? We don't do tribute videos in the NFL, right? Not that I've seen.
I guess we'll talk about it next. All right, let's do that. Diggs had 100 yards last week. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
I'm not considering the possibility that by the end of the year they're one of the best defenses in the league. That to me is not happening, right? But can they be? Is middle of the pack a fair goal to even set? Is that enough, or do people want them to be better than that?
That's a good question.
Because I don't even know if they're capable of that, of being better than that. But when I say hey, I would take 16th for them right now. They walk into the playoffs and they're the 16th best defense in football. Does that sound like I'm putting the bar too low for them? What are they supposed to be?
Yeah,
is a part of this too. They're a defense without a game-breaking, star player. So how good can they be? They need everybody to be healthy, and they need everybody to play within the scheme the right way, because they don't have a Chris Jones game wrecker, I think.
Unless
they have good players.
Right, unless Ed Oliver's first game this season was the first sign he's going to be a consistent game wrecker. That's a game.
Right. And that's Parsons week in and week out, right?
Yep.
Like they're not getting that. So I think I'd take middle of the pack, and I think that is probably good enough. I mentioned in the first segment, like, do they think it's good enough to win the Super Bowl? I think if you're the 16th best defense in the league, you should think I have a defense that's good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Especially if you have Josh Allen.
Right. Because right now, that's where a lot of these teams reside. Can I be as good as Kansas City on defense? Maybe that's the bar.
Well, what's Kansas City on defense? The difference for Kansas City is that when you get to match play, they have a secret weapon in Steve Spagnuolo who makes a call in a moment and wins.
Right.
Because Spags, I'm not trying to say like it's all bluster. He does get a lot of credit as a defensive coordinator that routinely gives up like 29 to 30 points and wins against the Bills. Really, look
against the Bills, right? Yeah.
Look at what happens in these games. They don't shut the Bills down. They make a play.
Timely stops.
1 to 2 plays.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I should be convinced they're going to make a move, but I lean almost all the way to they'll do something. Bean is a GM that likes to be active. I think a lot of people like that he's pretty active. And we get to the deadline this year, I'll be stunned if they just kind of sit on it and like, yeah, we're okay.
Well, especially if they have a unit that is performing the way it's performing right now. Yeah, the defense I saw through 4 games. What's our bet? Bottom 10 defense in the league by DVOA at some point in McDermott's career. Right now they are 22nd in the league.
Okay, so that's 11th from the bottom.
I know it's 11th from the bottom.
Never a doubt, still safe.
Yeah, for now. If that holds and that continues even through a couple of guys returning, then are they going to feel like they can win a Super Bowl with this defense? Because that would be, all right, if we are worried the answer to that question is no, that's the side of the ball. Let's go add a corner. Let's go add another linebacker. Maybe it's not even like the biggest move in the world, but they trade a 4th or a 5th for somebody's rotational piece. But to just sit on their hands if they have a side of the ball that is getting beat week in and week out, which has been the defense really. I mean, they've played below expectation every game so far but one. Then I would see them making a move. Offensively, I would really question where they would do it. So I don't really see it up there. Unless you want one very specific type of receiver, the downfield guy, like a Rashid Shaheed, but I just don't know how that guy fits onto the roster. They already have 6 guys that are dressing.
I might have the same question about the defense. Where does the person fit? Because,
like if they like Trey Hendrickson,
sure,
we're already talking about whether they're going to cut a 3rd-round pick, and that's before any move like that.
Right. I don't think they're going to cut Landon Jackson, but maybe they cut Javon Solomon. If Hendrickson comes in, then somebody else has to go because
then,
right. Like they have numbers everywhere. Who would they think about replacing? Their defense, I know it has holes as a unit. I know it has holes overall, and we're generally getting conversations about how it's not been up to snuff. We think those pieces coming back are going to be kind of like trade deadline pieces.
Sean McDermott meeting with the media on Monday for some injury updates. Punter Cameron Johnston's going to be out a while. They're going to bring in punters to replace him, obviously. No names yet on that list. Ed Oliver, Matt Milano, Spencer Brown, all improving from injury. The Barnes Firm Injury Report is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Big injury last night on Monday Night Football. Tyreek Hill with a dislocated knee. His ACL is torn, as are other ligaments, so his season is over for the Miami Dolphins, who did win the game last night 27-21 over the Jets. Denver also winning 28-3 against Cincinnati in the Monday night doubleheader. A couple other injury updates around the league. Ravens defensive tackle Nnamdi Madubuike out for the year with a neck injury. Brock Purdy did not practice for San Francisco with a toe injury, and it's reportedly not a lock that he'll start on Thursday Night Football against the Rams. A little bit later today, the start of the baseball playoffs. Wild card starts with Tigers and Guardians at 1 o'clock. Later tonight, 6 o'clock, Red Sox and Yankees, game 1 of the best of 3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Really good about being back in the NFL.
And the right kind of guy for May, who floats one and open. Stefon Diggs down near the 10-yard line of Carolina.
That's Chris Myers right there. So it's a reunion. They're getting the band back together at the stadium this week. Stefon Diggs and Mac Hollins. And
Mac Hollins.
Is that it? Is that all the former Patriots?
Former Bills on the Patriots. That probably is it. Right?
Yeah. Somebody's going to write in. There's another one or two in there, I'm sure. But those are the two big ones.
Kyle Williams. That's the wrong Kyle Williams, though.
That's right. You know, I did want them to draft Kyle Williams in part so we could have another Kyle Williams. Yeah.
And he could have worn the same 95 as a receiver. Probably not a great number. Yeah. I don't think there's another former Bill in the Patriots.
All right, not right now. All-time crossover Bills and Patriots. Antoine Smith. Mike Gillislee,
Stephon Gilmore,
Chris Hogan.
Any that went the other way in a positive.
Matt Castle.
Ugh. Matt Castle, who I remember when he was on the Bills, went to the Kentucky Derby with Brady and all the Patriots?
And yeah,
and Bills fans got mad about that.
Some did.
Yeah, I think I got mad about that.
Yeah.
You're on the Bills.
I remember them being a conversation about that, and some Bills fans got mad, and other Bills fans thought, like, this is ridiculous. They're going to the Derby. It's Matt Castle.
The Bills were probably like, well, Derby's in the offseason, right?
Other crossovers. Who else came here? Oh,
Sammy Morris.
Okay. I'm thinking of, is it Mike Anderson? Jeff Anderson. Somebody Anderson. The pass rusher.
Anderson.
The Bills.
Oh.
The pass rusher.
Yes. They signed him the same week they signed Mario Williams.
Right. Is it Mike Anderson?
Mark Anderson.
Mark Anderson sounds right. Mark Anderson came here from the Patriots. He had 9 sacks.
Mark Anderson.
9 sacks or something, 9.5 with the Patriots. Came here and just...
He had 10.
The most forgettable Bills career there is.
You're right. One, because it was overshadowed by Mario. But So he had 10 sacks with New England. He signs with the Bills. What was the contract on this? 4 years, $20 million after having 10 sacks with the Patriots. I think that was probably a lot back then.
Sure.
4 years, $20 million. He played 5 games, had 1 sack, and never played in the league again.
Wow.
1 sack for a 4-year deal, $20 million, out of the league.
Lawyer Malloy, great moment. He was cool. He was a good Bill.
Yep.
Who else came back this way?
Right, like that. I'm thinking more. Who was good on the Bills that works for this?
Ross Tucker. He went here to there, but he played for both. Ross Tucker.
Any quarterbacks
besides Castle?
Probably not.
Drew Bledsoe a while ago.
Oh, of course. It's a big one.
You should just walk off the show. Drew Bledsoe was the easiest get of all time. Drew Bledsoe. Yes.
I don't think
there was a rally for him when they traded for him.
Yeah, there was. I remember that. I don't think of Bledsoe as a Bills quarterback so much as I think of him as the guy that was the legend of the game that blew it. No, I'm kidding. I love Drew Bledsoe's legend of the game moment. Never forget it.
They should give him another crack at it.
Yes.
What's he doing Sunday?
Who is going to be the legend of the game on Sunday?
Give him another run at it this Sunday. Drew Bledsoe. Come on, let's see it.
Is there a right answer for who it should be for the rivalries game? If they're leaning into the snow and the white and the frozen theme on a 72-degree night, which whatever. Like I think this is the time to do it. Like it's fine. You don't want to do it when it's actually snowy out because then you won't be able to see the team. But who's
with the Bills and Patriots in mind?
Sure. Who's the legend?
Okay.
That would be best fit for USA Bills and Patriots or the Bills?
Yeah. What
snow theme? LaShawn McCoy. Because of the run in the snow?
Yeah, I guess the name I had in mind has nothing to do with the rivalry series, so if you're going for that, McCoy would work. McCoy's like, in Philly, too, he was this. Like, the guy would always be great in the snow.
Yeah.
I was thinking about Sam Adams.
All right. What's he doing?
Sam Adams.
That's funny. That's a good answer.
Running it back 31-0. It's the, that's the memory. It could be Lawyer Malloy, couldn't it?
Sure.
Right? Who would like really stick in the craw though of Patriots fans? Anybody? Is there anybody that works for that?
Tom Brady.
Belichick. Belichick. What's he doing on Sunday night? Recovering from a loss to Baylor by 35 probably.
Yeah.
I don't know if they play Baylor this week.
I'm already out of crossovers. Bills Patriots crossovers.
There's not that many positive. Drayton Florence.
I did not remember him with the Patriots at all.
No, I'm just saying for legend of the game. Like he had the interception, the pick six that helped beat them in 2011. Does that work? I don't know. Fred Jackson. I only have so many names that like come to mind for the Bills Patriots rivalry that is good on the Buffalo side.
Sorry. Well, Fred Jackson didn't go to the Patriots.
No, I know, but just for legend of the game.
Okay, I was going to say I wasn't sure if we were still on crossovers or legend of the game.
Just legend of the game. Crossovers, I might be tapped out.
Fred Jackson did go to the Seahawks.
He did go to the Seahawks.
He went to the Seahawks.
Him and Lynch.
Yeah.
Were both there at the same time. Yeah.
803-0550. Of course.
Nick Foles. Ooh, Nick Foles would be good.
A famous Bills-Patriots crossover.
Eli Manning for legend of the game.
There you go.
All right, go ahead.
Stefon Diggs.
Yep. First time back at the stadium.
Yeah.
Because they played him, obviously, last year. But first time back at the stadium.
This is where I have to go. Like, I have I don't know that I'm this. I think I'm this way with all players that leave that were great. If I'm try to give me one where they're gone, they were great, and I'm able to be mad at them. Like Eichel is a great example.
Yeah,
Eichel left, he got booed. I'm not a person that boos him, and I don't blame him. Diggs' departure is a lot different. Diggs is a powder keg that ultimately, like, boom, it explodes and he goes away. But maybe I'm not that much of a booer.
I think that's probably right.
That might be it. That I'm not much of a booer.
What would it take for you to get to?
Yeah, Gilmore. I don't want to boo him when he comes back. He was good.
Yeah,
I guess I have a thing where sure, if you want to
Marone,
boo that guy. Okay. But he wasn't good.
Coaches are
he wasn't good. You give me a guy that was good. When that guy comes back, I don't feel I need to boo that guy.
But did you boo, like, I don't know, Fitz when he come back? I mean, everyone loves Fitz.
And I didn't want to boo Briere when he came back. I didn't want to boo.
What about Drury?
No.
I think Drury got more of that than Briere
Maybe.
did.
I don't think I wanted to boo any of these guys. So if you want to do it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's the theater of football, and I expect hearty boos for Diggs in the Sunday night game. He catches first catch he gets is going to be boos raining down. I don't know that Mac Hollins will get booed. Probably not.
He chose to leave.
We're going to go to this game on Sunday, and I'm going to be there where Mac Hollins is going to get welcomed and Diggs is going to get booed.
Right.
And in my brain, that's just like, that doesn't make sense to me. I know why it is happening. But Diggs is one of the best players to ever play for this team. And while it all broke apart, and maybe it was unnecessary, and maybe he's probably the reason it all broke apart, and the things that he's caught along the way as being his fault, and like the narratives that have followed to me have always been just like, I guess if you want to blame him for everything. I saw on Twitter over the weekend interceptions Josh Allen threw with Diggs on the team versus without Diggs on the team.
That's nuts.
Like, that's the receiver's fault.
Right.
He's playing in a different offense. Allen's maturation happens.
Right.
Of course, like, there was whether it was Allen proving it without him, I've never heard that about any other quarterback ever. I don't know where that came from. This idea that Allen needed to prove he could be great without him. Peyton Manning had Hall of Fame receivers his entire career. Did anyone ever say that Manning had to prove he could do it without a great receiver? Nobody ever said that. When Brady had Moss, they didn't win the Super Bowl. They were amazing. He was the best he's ever been. This is not to get into the value of receivers. It's really to kind of get around the narrative about Diggs and Allen and how it all broke apart. To me, that's fine. You know what they did the entire time Diggs was here? Won the division every time. Kind of like they are now.
Yeah.
Allen threw a bunch of interceptions back then. He doesn't throw that many now. They won the division all the time. They still do that now. Allen is the constant, of course, but on Sunday, I expect hearty boos. People have been looking for this to be more dramatic than it is. I think both Allen and Diggs have done a pretty good job of squashing it. Diggs has not stepped in it. He's not said anything bad. In fact, people tried to get him to it. He said, don't try to get me to talk bad about the old place to make you feel good about the new place. That's something he said in Houston. Allen, when someone asked him a question last year, said, don't do that. He stopped them from going in that direction. You know, this relationship, however it fractured or fell apart, there's no doubt that it did. And we should, of course, you're lined up behind the guy that's still on your team and is still great. And life goes on. But the hearty boos that are going to come for arguably the best receiver in franchise history, who, when he was here, had the most catches, touchdowns, yards of any quarterback-receiver combo in the league over that time, to be treated like he was a detriment to what they did, you're just never going to sell me on that.
No.
You can sell me on he was starting to become that, and they needed to move and evolve. All right, I've seen that. That makes sense. But I'm not one to have any interest in going back and pretending it was bad.
No, right. I mean, he's the all-time leader in yards per game by the Bills by more than 15. It's not even close. He's above 80, and nobody else is above 66. So he's. You could even argue he's the best receiver, I think, in team history for how high the peak was for 4 years. Is it too quick though? Is it too near his departure for there to be a positive reaction? I think at some point in time that era gets appreciated because of how amazing it was for 3.5 years. As much as, the idea is now that you're not forcing the ball. It never really felt like they were forcing the ball to Diggs in the first 3.5 years. It was just, he was open.
Right.
So am I forcing him the ball if he's 5 yards away from his corner, or is this just throwing the ball to the guy who's open? The last half of the year, maybe you could argue they were doing that.
Yeah.
Because he was getting targeted a lot.
Behind the line of scrimmage in plays that didn't really fit him.
That's right. That's right, too. But it wasn't working at the end. But that doesn't mean in the first 3.5 years that's what that was. But that is kind of, I think, what everybody's carrying around right now still, is that I'm doing it differently than I was with him, and I don't really think that's that true. Cole Beasley had 100 targets in this offense with Diggs on it. John Brown had 100 targets on this team. But it's only been a year and a half since he's been gone. I'm expecting there to be a pretty negative reception.
Yeah.
For him. But that doesn't mean in 5 years there will be one. I think Hashek's a good example for this. Hashek got booed relentlessly when he returned to Buffalo, and he could walk back into the arena tonight, and what'll happen? He'll get a standing ovation.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think Diggs is Hashek, but I think it's some version of that.
I mean, he was one of the best players at his position and played in Buffalo, and those are, usually appreciated. The thing about forcing the ball, if I could just have a thought experiment out there, everybody, this is what I would say. I don't think the Bills forced the ball to Diggs any more than they're forcing the ball to James Cook right now. What are they doing? Sean McDermott addressed it yesterday. What are they doing? This guy's better.
Yeah.
He said hot hand. He did say they might want to get those numbers down to make sure they're not doing it too much. But are they forcing the ball to James Cook? Or is James Cook clearly earning those touches over the other backs?
Right.
The depth behind him, we thought there was this depth behind him in Ty Johnson and Ray Davis. That's just not there. It's not really happening. They're not getting results. So what do? They lean on the guy that makes plays.
Yeah. He, in the 9 games he was with Joe Brady, he did average 8 targets a game. And it wasn't very... But this is, again, part of when he was here. Is he would get targeted, but they also threw the ball more, right? Don't forget about that. They threw the ball more than they did than they do now. So even in those games where, all right, like, are they forcing the ball to Diggs in the Joe Brady 9-game stretch there where he's not maybe as good as he was before and he's not as good of a fit for the offense, but yet the ball is still going over there? While all that was happening, Khalil Shakir was breaking out. Right? Emerging as, okay, there's room for this guy to grow in the offense and be a part of it, which had not happened yet to that point. So how much was it a detriment? Like, that's where it always stops with me. That somehow he was a negative influence on the rest of the offense because what? Because he was taking on a second defender on his side and suddenly Gabe Davis only has to deal with one player? Because they don't get that advantage anymore. Like, that's where it loses me a bit. But if you want to boo...
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
I think it's fine because, I even got swept up in it when Eichel came back the first night. I have no problem with Eichel wanting to leave, but it's just kind of what happens in a crowd, right? When a guy returns and he's not on your team anymore. I also wonder how many people will even recognize him because he's wearing a different number.
8.
And they have a 9 on their team playing receiver also.
Keyshawn Butte out there getting booed relentlessly. What did I do?
No, Kyle Williams wears 14, I think. Like, he's the guy I think that might,
That's funny.
You have to be ready for that.
Alex in Buffalo. Hey, Alex, good morning.
Guys, you missed my favorite Bill of all time, and he played for the Patriots, then went to the Bills, then went back to the Patriots, and is known for a very special play that I think has only happened one time in NFL history. Who am I talking about?
I don't know. What year?
Oh, interesting.
2005,
okay.
He left the Bills and went to the Patriots.
Okay, then we should...
Famous Bill.
And then he came back. He came back to the Bills after New England in the middle?
He went to New England initially, then went to the Bills, then went back to New England.
Oh, I see. We should
end
know
his career.
We should know this. And he's famous for one of the most famous plays in Bill.
He's famous for a play that I don't believe has ever happened again in the NFL. I might be wrong about that, but I think it's like one of one maybe.
This is good. I have no idea.
This is a good one. I got you guys.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
2000, because, mid-2000s, like, I pride myself on knowing exactly what this is.
He's also known for a infamous college play.
I mean, you're not talking about Flutie.
Flutie.
Oh, okay. But Flutie...
Okay, 2005.
2005 is not going to be right for Flutie.
No, I think that is for the end in New England.
2005, he went to Patriots, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so he went back. That's when he went back to New England.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Good legend for the game, too. Could be the legend for the game.
All right, well, it's possible. Has he been a legend of the game?
I don't think so. What's his relationship right now? What do Bills fans do for Flutie?
I think he's liked.
Fine?
Yeah, I think he's liked.
That was...
Loved.
Loved. He's definitely more liked than Rob Johnson.
Sure, beloved, but there was a little bit of, I don't know, loved... But
what, icy? That was icy?
I don't know about icy. I always felt like it was complicated.
Yeah, because of him and Rob Johnson.
But even after that, there was very much an element of whatever. Like he was a revelation at the time. And
right.
Yeah, Flutie.
Yeah, he played for New England at 43 in 2005. He had a drop kick for an extra point. You don't believe me, look it up.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us.
Diggs, by the way, has more receiving yards than any Bill this year so far.
Right now?
Barely. It's like Coleman's like right behind him.
Yeah.
But, he finally got going a little bit last week. So
legend of the game.
He probably will catch the ball and give people an opportunity to boo if they really want to.
Yeah. Got a good idea for a legend of the game. I don't know who it is yet. Scott Chandler, Mike Gillisley being texted. And here's a good
Scott Chandler.
Here's a good name for a legend of the game. And has he done it? Doesn't somebody have that legend of the game list? We got to get that. I got to put that in my bookmark so I always know. But the Bills' legend of the game. Has Micah Hyde ever done it?
Ooh, I don't think so. He's only in 4 games to do it.
Okay.
He was on the team last year.
That's right.
He was on the practice squad, but yeah.
How about Micah Hyde? Patriots, home game against New England. He has one of the best plays. One of the best plays anybody's ever seen against the Patriots.
I like it. It's
Micah
pretty
Hyde.
good. Wait, what about who caught the touchdowns in that game? Tommy Doyle. He's not on the team
touchdowns
anymore,
in that game were Knox, Singletary. Knox.
Oh, he's going to need a refresher.
No, hold on. Sanders, Davis, Doyle.
We should go back and just watch that game this week.
Knox, Singletary, Sanders, Davis, Doyle. Those are the touchdowns.
Okay. We should just go back and watch that game this week. It'd probably be a good idea.
It was amazing. It was that was a good one.
Sam Gash also is a former Bills Patriot crossover there.
Please welcome Buffalo Bills legend of the game, Sam Gash.
Larry Centers, too. Fullbacks. Damian Harris. Although he only played like 2 games for the Bills.
Yeah.
That didn't get off the ground.
His best highlight in the stadium was the 67-yard touchdown run in the Hurricane game.
Against the Bills.
Against the Bills.
Yeah. It's like the only play of the game that New England did successfully, and yet Sun Tzu.
Nick in Rochester. Hey, Nick, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
All I wanted to mention was my first Bills game ever was against the Carolina Panthers in their expansion year, and Frank Reich and Pete Metzelaars were playing for Carolina in that game, and they got a standing ovation. That's one of my fondest memories of that game.
Okay.
Frank Reich and Pete Metzelaars.
Is there's zero chance of that happening Sunday, right?
No, he will not. I think there's
zero. Even if they do a tribute video or something. Or just welcome back, maybe just a message on the board. Welcome back, Stefon. As the Patriots come onto the field. Like, that's getting booed?
I think what's going to happen is
even if they give an opportunity, like, okay, here you go, cheer him.
Yeah,
just this one time, and then you can boo him after.
And then
I still don't know that it would happen.
And when the tribute video is over, you can turn into the fans at the Ryder Cup.
What I remember I'm in the arena for the Eichel returns night, and this always gets forgotten. And maybe it depends where you were, but when they played that tribute video, sure there were boos, but when it was time to cheer, most of the crowd cheered, or at least clapped, right? Like that, and then the rest of the game we went back to booing. But when it was time that the opportunity presented itself to be, and
that was the first time he came back.
That was the first time. That did not happen the second time.
No, the second time he had a hat trick and
right, and also he had said the thing about the crowd the time before. So they definitely weren't going to do that the second time.
That's right.
So I'm saying, like, if presented with the opportunity to give that even little bit of respect, it might happen. But in football, that doesn't really happen.
Yeah.
Brady got one when he went back to New England, and I've never seen it anywhere else ever. Like a tribute video or even just like a welcome back message during the game. I don't think it happens.
803-0550, our phone number. When we get back, I got a good story from this last game about like how much the stadium. We're in the final year of the stadium, and we're going to tell you that this game on Sunday, this rivalry series game, the Bills are going to do some stuff in addition to just wearing uniforms that you should know about out there. 9:15, we'll tell you all about that. Chris Jenkins of the Bills joining us at 9:15 to tell you what to do for Sunday. The Bills have plans beyond just wearing the jerseys. They want you to get involved as well. We'll get you that, and I also have a good story from this game against who'd they just play? Help me.
New Orleans?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Wow, that is moving on that's moving on to New England right there.
Yeah, I'm so focused I forgot who they just
Bill
played.
Belichick would be very proud of that.
803-0550, got a good story from the New Orleans game for somebody going to Highmark from the very first time. Your phone calls as well. Want to remember some crossovers with us. Want to tackle the Diggs conversation? You can do that as well. And plenty going on. We also got a Twitter poll about this defense. 803-0550, Howard picks the Bills at 8:30 as well here on WGR.
I'm not considering the possibility that by the end of the year they're one of the best defenses in the league. That to me is not happening, right? But can they be? Is middle of the pack a fair goal to even set? Is that enough, or do people want them to be better than that?
That's a good question.
Because I don't even know if they're capable of being better than that. But like when I say hey, I would take 16th for them right now. They walk into the playoffs and they're the 16th best defense in football. Does that sound like I'm putting the bar too low for them? What are they supposed to be?
Yeah,
is a part of this too. Like they're a defense without a game-breaking, star player. So how good can they be? They need everybody to be healthy and they need everybody to play within the scheme the right way because they don't have a Chris Jones game wrecker, I think.
Unless
they have good players.
Right, unless that Oliver's first game this season was the first sign he's going to be a consistent game wrecker.
But
that's a game.
Right. And that's Parsons week in and week out, right?
Yep.
They're not getting that. So I think I'd take middle of the pack, and I think that is probably good enough. I mentioned the first segment, do they think it's good enough to win the Super Bowl? I think if you're the 16th best defense in the league, you should think I have a defense that's good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Especially if you have Josh Allen.
Right.
Right.
Because right now, that's where a lot of these teams reside. Can I be as good as Kansas City on defense? Maybe that's the bar.
Well, what's Kansas City on defense? The difference for Kansas City is that when you get to match play, they have a secret weapon in Steve Spagnuolo who makes a call in a moment and wins.
Right.
Because Spags, I'm not trying to say like it's all bluster. He does get a lot of credit as a defensive coordinator that routinely gives up like 29 to 30 points and wins against the Bills. Really, look
against the Bills, right? Yeah.
Look at what happens in these games. They don't shut the Bills down. They make a play.
Timely stops.
1 to 2 plays.
Yeah.
The biggest problem I had with those Miami jerseys was the fact that they're trying to claim that they're blue and not black.
I agree with that.
I said that I liked them, and then my dad said, no, they're trying to call them blue.
They said they're dark water.
Yeah, I don't like them anymore.
Okay.
Dark water is
black.
Black.
Right. Like, are we talking about the water that's 300 meters down? Because that's black. What are we? What?
Right, it's dark. It's dark water.
Is that right? At night, dark water. It's black. Right?
Yeah. What about it would be blue? If there's no light, that's black.
When you go deep enough in the ocean,
just darkness.
Yeah.
Imagine you're down at the bottom. You're searching the wreck of the Titanic, and your light goes out, and you're like, well, I can't see. It's total blackness. Like, actually, it's dark blue.
Exactly. That's exactly my point.
No, I think it's black.
What are you talking about? Dark water.
I think it's dark blue.
Yeah, okay,
I have this. I got the swatch at Home Depot. This says it's dark water.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The Bills are at 4-0. Sean McDermott meeting with the media yesterday, updating on a couple of injuries. Cameron Johnston, the Bills punter, is going to be out for a while. They're going to bring punters in. Ed Oliver, Matt Milano, Spencer Brown are all improving. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Tyreek Hill with a dislocated knee and torn ligaments, torn ACL, and other torn ligaments as well, so he is out for at least this season, probably beyond that. Ravens defensive tackle Nnamdi Madubuike out for the year with a neck injury. Big loss for Baltimore. Brock Purdy's dealing with a toe injury now and might not play on Thursday for the Niners against the Rams. Wild card starts today in baseball. Tigers and Guardians start things off at 1. Padres, Cubs at 3. Red Sox, Yankees is at 6. And then the night game is 9 o'clock. Dodgers and Reds. All of those are best of 3 series. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
On a 3rd and goal. Firing easy for that. That's a touchdown to Mac Hollins.
Mac Hollins makes his return to Buffalo this week. Bills and Patriots, Sunday Night Football. I've not yet looked. I'll do this very quickly right now. Then I'll tell you a story about last week's game and get some phone calls in as well. The Week 5 schedule. Like, what are the games we're watching going into that? Mm-hmm. There's another morning game, Vikings and Browns.
Okay.
But the 1 o'clock slate, all right, Bills fans, here's what you're going to watch at 1 o'clock, is my guess. Do you want Texans-Ravens?
Sure, that could be interesting.
Would Raiders-Colts be more interesting to a Bills fan to see if the Colts they should win? Like, if they're legit good, they were competitive against the Rams.
I guess. I mean, I don't know how many people are taking the Colts seriously yet, though.
Yeah. 4 o'clock games, it's going to be Lions-Bengals.
No,
like that would have been
be a blowout.
That would have been the game. Commanders at Chargers. There you go. That's the good one. Watch Chargers.
Especially Daniels is supposed to be back this week. That's a good one. Yep. That's the only good one I've heard yet.
Patriots, Bills, and then the Monday night game is Chiefs and Jaguars, which is good.
That's good.
So, anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. Sun's up, beautiful outside. The weather's been amazing.
Yep.
Saw Patrick Hammer tweet that from July to September, it's been a record low of rainfall, 4 inches total. So
we deserved that after the April and May we had.
It was bad. So I want to say a shout out quickly to listener Tim. Now that we're out at the stadium doing our broadcast and pregame outdoors, people come and say hi to us during our pregame show, and we had a listener Tim who was making his first trip to Highmark Stadium. He'd been a Bills fan going back decades from California.
Yeah.
He's from California and just watched the Bills on TV and became a fan, during the 90s, even before that. Like, was a big Bills fan. And he came and said hi to us and sent me pictures of his experience. And he saw everybody. He got around to seeing Mitch Morse. He got to see like all these different tailgates and all these pictures. And I just want to read one line from this because I thought it was amazing to think of it this way. Like Bills fans, those of us that get to go to the stadium every week and it's part of our life. Mm-hmm. He wrote in, it meant a lot to me. I felt like Ned Beatty in Rudy. The whole thing was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And he wrote that line. I thought, man, what a great image if you've seen he gets to Notre Dame. His son's playing for he gets to a game, and it kind of gave me goosebumps to read that line from Tim, who's he listens every day. He's in California. He like catches us when he wakes up, puts us on the podcast, whatever. But like you walk into that stadium, like I had to get here before they closed it.
Yeah,
and it's Ned Beatty and Rudy, so super cool for him and for anybody else that's able to get to the stadium this year before it closes.
I've run into a few people where this was like their first game. First and last game at the same time, which is really cool. I hope everybody that also wants to do that hasn't yet is going to get the chance this year. Yeah, night games though, it's tough, right? Like
maybe
tickets are expensive now, but that was a good game for that. Sunday at 1 o'clock, the weather's perfect. Just to experience the stadium part of it. Maybe week 18 will be good for this too. I mean, that'll be good for everybody on that.
Yeah,
but. No, never mind. I was going to say because Week 18, maybe the Bills have everything locked up and maybe Allen's not even playing, but even just the fact that it is the last game at the stadium, like that's not going to be like an easy ticket to get, I don't think.
Yeah.
Red helmets,
I
too.
agree. Even if it is a game where they're resting starters because they're the 1 seed.
It's still the last game at the stadium.
Yeah, you're kind of sending off the season as, let's all party and see you back here in 2 weeks. Like that would be a lot of fun. 803-0550. The other thing, thinking about the last year in this stadium, my wife and I were talking about, routines, and next year is like we juggle all this stuff about family and tailgates and kids. And she asked me a question about next year, and I thought, I have no idea what our routines will be next year. What will we still go in at the same time? Will we want to go in an hour earlier because there's so much to do in this new? Everybody's routines that you might have had for the last 10, 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
You might have everything be different because it's just going to be such a different experience to go. You might actually want to get in there.
Like, well, especially the first couple games are people going to want to get in as early as they possibly can.
See this place, see that place. Is there a bar up here? Is there standing room here? If you've got the field club stuff, like it's just so much to learn about it. Mike in Rochester. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, another old Bills Patriots player was a wide receiver in the, I think it was like 2013 to 2016 era. And this player, I feel, was responsible for remember the Jacoby Brissett game, the 16-0 game in New England?
Okay, yes, yes.
So this guy had just gotten traded to the Patriots. He was starting wide receiver, and in the first play of the game, Jacoby Brissett throws a 90-yard touchdown pass to Julian Edelman, but it gets called back because this guy committed 2 penalties in the same play.
Who? This Bills receiver that went to New England.
Oh, wait. Is it Donald Jones?
No.
Because I thought he went to New England.
And he was a real tough guy, wide receiver, undrafted free agent. The Bills picked him up. He had done nothing before, and solid, steady receiver for 3 years for the Bills. And he played 3 years with Tom Brady and had good 3 too.
Who is it?
Chris Hogan.
Oh yeah,
We got there in Chris
7-Eleven. Chris Hogan.
Yeah.
He was with.
I don't remember those penalties.
No.
On the same play.
Yeah. By the way,
thanks, Mike.
Donald Jones does work too because he went to New England also.
Okay.
After the Bills, although he didn't record a catch. I don't know. Does that count?
Sure.
He was on the team. He signed a contract.
803-0550, our phone number. Bills and Patriots coming your way Sunday, 8:20. Right? Is it? We did this before.
8:20.
Okay, 8:20.
Sunday night's 8:20. The other two are 8:15.
I've got a stat on Drake May if you want one.
Okay. I'm sure it's a good stat on Drake May. They seem to all be positive.
It is a good stat. Maybe you're out there and you have some stats you like and some stats you don't. And some stats you're like, I don't even know what that means.
Yep.
I tend to do this sometimes too. But Benjamin Solak had this. Benjamin Solak, friend of the show from ESPN. Drake May is now 17 starts in. It's not a lot of starts. If you're doing win-loss record, it's not that impressive. He's not had great help on the offensive line. They've built out some weapons for him this year. Last year, not a lot going on in that department. It's been a position they're really trying to help. I remember my big thing when they were just debating whether or not to go to Drake May. They said the team's not ready for a quarterback. Like, how could they not be ready? They just built for Mac Jones.
Right.
You're still not ready. Like, May in his career is 5-11. So 3 wins last year in 12 starts, 2 wins in 4 starts this year.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, here's the stat on May. Benjamin Solak. So since 2000, 178 quarterbacks in their first 17 games. So he's only played 17 games. 178 quarterbacks have played 17 games to start their career since 2000. Of those 178, Drake May is 7th in success rate.
Wow.
Now, success rate, what's that? Success rate is, did the play... It's different for first down. It's different based on distance. A 3rd and 2, a success is a first down.
Mm-hmm.
A 1st and 10, I think a successful play is it 4 yards? Every down and distance has what success is on that play. He is 7th in success rate.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, like, all right, well, who is he ahead of? Like, who's ahead of him?
Yeah.
Is this a stat that indicates a good quarterback is coming? Because...
Yeah, kind of like how... There's some, like, what's one of the... Passer rating is one of these where, like, Jimmy Garoppolo is, like, 6th all-time.
Uh-huh.
And, like, 2 is top 10, and it's like, how much can you really trust that if these two are, like, the 10 best of all time?
Sometimes, in fact, like, if you see a stat, I'll say, well, if it didn't look pretty good at the top, you'd throw the stat away. You'd say it doesn't mean anything. But anyway, here are the 7 names in front of him. Or 6 names. There are only 6 names in front of him. I wouldn't ask you to guess these. I wouldn't expect you to get these.
Okay. So it's not like Josh, Lamar, Mahomes.
No. In fact, like, Josh would be way behind him because in his first 17 starts, Allen had
tough.
Turnover-worthy plays. He was still, like, flashing, but just on how good are you? How often are you getting good plays?
Right.
It doesn't differentiate if these are amazing plays. Anyway, here are the 6. Brock Osweiler.
Yikes.
Not that impressive. Tony Romo.
Good.
Mahomes.
Great.
Dak.
Good.
RG3.
Okay.
Good at the start.
Yeah.
And your boy Garoppolo. Garoppolo's always there.
Which basically means Shanahan.
Right. But it's not a perfect list, But that's pretty.
Yeah.
If I was to tell you you're 17 games into your career, your quarterback is on a list only behind these 6, you'd be like, okay, that looks like it's a good start. I don't think there's any debating that's a good start.
Right.
Romo is probably underappreciated really good. Same with Dak. Dak is underappreciated really good.
This is a Drake May point you're making, and all I'm thinking about is, man, the Cowboys should probably have been better the last 15 years.
Yeah, those quarterbacks they've had have been good, and that includes
they've had good quarterbacks.
That includes Dak.
Yeah.
So he's doing pretty well early on, and his head coach last year is Gerard Mayo.
Oh, and that was a joke.
Right. Now he has Josh McDaniels, who has done well with other good quarterbacks.
Yep.
And the weapons are better. So we'll see what they've got. Their offensive line is still not perfect. He's turned the ball over a lot. They lost a close game to the Steelers with 5 turnovers. Like, they might be a team. We might see a game this week between the Bills and the Patriots where it's wait for the other team to make a mistake. And I mean, the Patriots have been prone to them with May. If they get that out of their game, they can probably go toe-to-toe with the Bills.
He's got 2 fumbles, 2 interceptions in 4 games.
Yeah.
Their bigger problems are 2 running backs are fumble-prone.
Yeah.
Stevenson and Gibson fumble all the time, and Stevenson especially. And they're still playing. Vrabel hasn't taken those guys out yet. So, man, if they could really... I don't want to see this, but the season could lose some juice if they run away with the 1 seed. Just for the time being, for the regular season. It'll fire right back up once the playoffs were to start. If New England were to find a way to beat the Bills at some point here, remember, I mean, New England maybe more than Miami and even the Jets for me. Like, when they beat the Bills here, remember the 3 weeks like in between when New England beat the Bills in Buffalo and then when the Bills were going back there? It was like infuriating and also like...
It was amazing.
It was amazing, but in its own way, right?
Yes.
It was amazing in that I just couldn't stand the whole region because of what had happened that night and how they reacted to it. And I feel like it would get fired right back up if New England were to ever beat the Bills.
That's a good question, because back then they still lived in the world that...
Well, they Belichick.
Right. The division belonged to them.
Right.
And, okay, Brady's gone, but Mac Jones is going to be the next Tom Brady. And Belichick, we still have Belichick. And after that win, the ridiculous, we should play the highlight. We should play it. It's Patriots Week.
We should play it every day
You know what?
week.
It is Patriots Week. We're going to play that highlight. We're going to play that clip.
Yeah.
The 11-month reign of the Buffalo Bills is over. Michael Holley saying that wonderful, infamous line.
How many months ago was that now? How many months since it was declared over?
I know.
And it's still...
It's quite a long time.
No end in sight.
Yeah. So, like, thinking about this rivalry...
Like, how close is it to being, like, a real rivalry again? Is it one New England win?
No, it's probably not one New England win, but... Because Miami has 1 win against the Bills.
Yeah, they do.
One of meaning. The Charles Clay game is far enough back.
Yeah,
they beat the Bills in week 3 a couple of years ago. That's it.
Yep.
So you're probably... New England takes 2 out of 3 from it being a rivalry. They win here, and then next year in week 3, they win and beat the Bills. And like, all right, we might have a pest in the division. I don't think it's there yet. 803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. Take your phone calls. Howard picks the Bills at 8:30 here on WGR. Stefon Diggs.
Yep. First time back at the stadium.
Yeah.
Because they played him, obviously, last year. But first time back at the stadium.
This is where I have to go. Like, I have I don't know that I'm this... I think I'm this way with all players that leave that were great. If I'm... Try to give me one where they're gone, they were great, and I'm able to be mad at them. Like, Eichel is a great example.
Yeah.
Eichel left, he got booed. I'm not a person that boos him, and I don't blame him. Diggs' departure is a lot different. Diggs is a powder keg that ultimately, like, boom, it explodes and he goes away. But maybe I'm not that much of a booer.
I think that's probably right.
That might be it, that I'm not much of a booer.
What would it take for you to get to...
Yeah, Gilmore. I don't want to boo him when he comes back. He was good.
Yeah,
I have a I guess I have a thing where, sure, if you want to
Marone,
boo that guy. Okay. But he wasn't good.
Coaches are
He wasn't
easier.
good. You give me a guy that was good. When that guy comes back, I don't feel I need to boo that guy.
But did you boo, like, I don't know, Fitz when he would come back? I mean, everyone loves Fitz.
And I didn't want to boo Briere when he came back. I didn't want to boo...
What about Drury?
No.
I think Drury got more of that than Briere
Maybe.
did.
I don't think I wanted to boo any of these guys. So if you want to do it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, I know, it's the theater of football, and I expect hearty boos for Diggs in the Sunday night game. He catches the first catch he gets is going to be boos raining down. I don't know that Mac Hollins will get booed. Probably not.
He chose to leave.
We're going to go to this game on Sunday, and I'm going to be there where Mac Hollins is going to get welcomed and Diggs is going to get booed.
Right.
And in my brain, that's just like, that doesn't make sense to me. I know why it is happening. But Diggs is one of the best players to ever play for this team.
I'm not considering the possibility that by the end of the year they're one of the best defenses in the league. That to me is not happening, right? But can they be? Is middle of the pack a fair goal to even set? Is that enough, or do people want them to be better than that?
That's a good question.
Because I don't even know if they're capable of that, of being better than that. But like when I say like, hey, I would take 16th for them right now. They walk into the playoffs and they're the 16th best defense in football. Does that sound like I'm putting the bar too low for them? What are they supposed to be?
Yeah, that's
is a part of this too. Like they're a defense without a game-breaking, like star player. So like how good can they be? They need everybody to be healthy and they need everybody to like play within the scheme the right way because they don't have a Chris Jones game wrecker, I think.
Unless
they have good players.
Right, unless Ed Oliver's first game this season was the first sign he's going to be a consistent game wrecker.
But like
that's a game.
Right. And that's Parsons week in and week out, right?
Yep.
Like they're not getting that. So I think I'd take middle of the pack, and I think that is probably good enough. I mentioned in the first segment, like, do they think it's good enough to win the Super Bowl? I think if you're the 16th best defense in the league, you should think I have a defense that's good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Especially if you have Josh Allen.
Right. Because right now, that's where a lot of these teams reside. Can I be as good as Kansas City on defense? Maybe that's the bar.
Well, what's Kansas City on defense? The difference for Kansas City is that when you get to match play, they have a secret weapon in Steve Spagnuolo who makes a call in a moment and wins.
Right.
Because Spags, I'm not trying to say like it's all bluster. He does get a lot of credit as a defensive coordinator that routinely gives up like 29 to 30 points and wins against the Bills. Really, look
against the Bills, right? Yeah.
Look at what happens in these games. They don't shut the Bills down. They make a play.
Timely stops.
1 to 2 plays.
Yeah.
The 11-month reign of the Buffalo Bills is over. It's over. Atop the AFC East, they're done. It was a
never to return, maybe.
Didn't even last a calendar year. We're done. Bye-bye.
apply tongue to the hardened white turd on the playground by pressing their head down onto it. And that's unfortunate for the Bills, and they don't want to talk about it.
Yes. The date of that, of course, December 7th, 2021. Bills, Patriots. The 11-month reign is over. Maybe never to return. Don't lose that one. Was that Ted Johnson, former Patriots linebacker? Ted Johnson. Maybe never to return. Yeah, great moments in overreacting to one Monday Night Football game where it was windy.
And I counted there. That was 44 months ago.
Okay.
That he said the 11th-month reign was over. So the 55-month reign continues.
55-month reign. We used to also do the record of the two teams since then.
Oh man!
And it's
we stopped the count because it was so
quite different
out of hand.
James in Hamilton before the break. Hey James, good morning.
Hi, I love the 17 game stat is really interesting, but it seems like more of a team stat because it kind of ignores the running backs that were in place. I can't remember who Brock Osweiler's was at this point, but Dak had Zeke, who was at the time pretty beastly. I feel like CMC was in San Francisco. I'm just not sure it's a great analysis of the effectiveness of a quarterback.
Well,
those first 17 games. Thoughts?
Thanks, James. It's not a team stat. It is only on the quarterback making plays. Again, if you missed it last time, we were bringing out like a little stat there that Benjamin Solak put together that in the last 25 years, first 17 starts of a quarterback's career, Drake May has the 7th best success rate. I actually have what success rate is here. And again, it's not team success rate, it's quarterback success rate. Success rate is if you get 50% of the yards required on first down, 70% of the yards on second down, or 100% of the yards on third down. That's it. Divide the number of successful plays. If it's first down, you get 5, that's a good play.
Yeah.
If it's 2nd and 10 and you get 7, that's a good play. If it's 3rd and 10, the first down is a good play. So apply that to down and distance.
Yeah.
And when doing it for a quarterback, you could tell me that the players on the team have a role in how the play goes. Sure. But this is not a team success rate. It was simply just like a drop back success rate for the quarterback. Mays is 7th of 178 quarterbacks. Not a perfect stat, just something to mention that he has been a pretty good part of what they're doing. He's also been turning the ball over a little bit. So they clean that up. They get him on the right track. Like they've been decent, and I think he's really good. I shouldn't.
He was a 3rd overall pick.
Yeah. It's not a surprise.
He should be pretty good.
That's right. It should. He's not some underdog story.
Right.
And going into that draft, he was thought to be potential number 1 pick, and it goes what? Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May 3,
and then Penix 8-8, McCarthy at 10, Bo Nix at 12.
Yeah.
And right now, he looks like the 2nd best of that group, 3rd best of that group.
I don't know. It's tough. Like, Daniels is thought to be number 1.
Williams for
Caleb
sure
Williams has been really good the last couple of weeks. I shouldn't say really good, but
he's been better.
There are flashes. And with May, that's where we're at. If I'm a Patriots fan, I am encouraged and hoping like this could be going in the right direction, but it's got a long way to go. And of course, what if he gets to the level of a player like, who do I want here for this? Geno Smith right now. Like, that's decent. What if he gets to...
What about what Kirk Cousins was for 10 years?
Okay. What if he gets to Jalen Hurts?
Yeah.
He might be better on his feet than Jalen Hurts is.
Baker.
These are good quarterbacks. It's not. It's not Josh Allen.
Right. What do you do when you have Baker but Allen's in your division?
You ride with it.
You ride with it.
You have to.
But what if you have Tannehill in the Josh Allen division?
It's tough.
That's when I say not enough.
Well,
it's got to. I know I'm not going to be as good as him, but I need the gap to be smaller than what it can be.
I don't know. You can't live your life, I don't think, getting rid of a good, potentially very good quarterback because he's not Josh Allen. Like you've got.
No. I know that. But
what's Baker? If it's Baker,
it's closer.
Yeah,
it's closer than that. I think. Like, when I got Tannehill and Brady's in the division, I never got a shot. I never got a prayer. I don't care how good my roster is. I don't care how good my coaching staff is. If I've got a guy that's as good as Baker, I think, okay, if I nail a draft and I nail a free agent signing, I got a shot.
Yeah.
I got a fighting chance. Like when Carson Palmer's in the Bengals division. Like, a couple of times, they win it. Even, you might say Palmer's better than Roethlisberger. I wouldn't.
No,
Most probably
probably not. I'm trying to think of the last time two great quarterbacks were in the same division
at the same time. Burrow and Jackson, but
Burrow doesn't play enough.
But
he's hurt all the time.
like all time.
But you get Roethlisberger's in the north, Brady's in the east, Manning's in the south at the time. That's 1, 2, 3, and they were never in the same division.
And no one ever took from Manning and Brady in the divisions, right?
Not really.
Like they would take from Roethlisberger in the AFC North sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Flacco and Palmer, but Roethlisberger's not Allen, so I don't know. I don't like that comparison. I want to find a different one.
Anyway, 803-0550. Get a break in, get your calls. You can join us on any of this, and we're having some fun today. It's Patriots week. It'll be a Sunday night game. Howard picks the Bills coming up at 8:30. We'll try not to ask him about the Mets. We probably will. So I don't know if I should be convinced they're going to make a move, but I lean almost all the way to they'll do something. Bean is a GM that likes to be active. I think a lot of people like that he's pretty active. And we get to the deadline this year, I'll be stunned if they just kind of sit on it and we're okay.
Well, especially if they have a unit that is performing the way it's performing right
defense.
now. Yeah, the defense I saw through 4 games. What's our bet? Bottom 10 defense in the league by DVOA at some point in McDermott's career. Right now, they are 22nd in the league.
Okay, so that's 11th from the bottom.
Did you know? I know it's 11th from the bottom.
Never a doubt, still safe.
Yeah, for now. If that holds and that continues, even through a couple of guys returning, then are they going to feel like they can win a Super Bowl with this defense? Because that would be, all right, if we are worried the answer to that question is no, that's the side of the ball. Let's go add a corner. Let's go add another linebacker. Maybe it's not even like the biggest move in the world, but they trade a 4th or a 5th for somebody's rotational piece. But to just sit on their hands if they have a side of the ball that is getting beat week in and week out, which has been the defense really. I mean, they've played below expectation every game so far but one. Then I would see them making a move. Offensively, I would really question where they would do it. So I don't really see it up there. Unless you want one very specific type of receiver, the downfield guy, like a Rashid Shaheed, but I just don't know how that guy fits onto the roster. They already have 6 guys that are dressing.
I might have the same question about the defense. Where does the person fit? Because,
like if they Trey Hendrickson,
sure,
we're already talking about whether they're going to cut a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah,
and that's before any move like that.
Right. I don't think they're going to cut Landon Jackson, but maybe they cut Javon Solomon. If Hendrickson comes in, then somebody else has to go because
yeah.
Right. Like they have numbers everywhere. Who would they think about replacing? Their defense, I know it has holes as a unit. I know it has holes overall, and we're generally getting conversations about how it's not been up to snuff. We think those pieces coming back are going to be kind of like trade deadline pieces.
Injury updates from Sean McDermott yesterday. Cameron Johnston, the Bills punter, is going to be out for a little bit, so they're going to be bringing in punters to replace him for the time being. Ed Oliver, Matt Milano, Spencer Brown, all improving. No further update than that, though. Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Last night on Monday Night Football, big injury for Miami. Tyreek Hill, a gruesome one. A dislocated knee. Also torn ligaments, including a torn ACL, so he's having surgeries, and he's going to be out for a long, long time. Miami wins the game, meanwhile, 26-20 over the New York Jets. The other Monday night game, 27-21, by the way, was that Miami score. 28-3, Broncos over the Bengals. Denver having a pretty easy time beating Cincinnati. Elsewhere around the NFL, tough loss for the Ravens. They lose star defensive tackle Nnamdi Madubuike for the rest of the season with a neck injury. Also, Brock Purdy did not practice for San Francisco. He's got a toe injury, not a lock to play on Thursday night. Baseball playoffs begin today, wild card round, the biggest of which is Red Sox-Yankees. That's just after 6 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
This retooled group, particularly on the defensive side with this rookie quarterback, has got the 7-game winning streak.
Well, you know what it is? It's that Bill Belichick is the GOAT. Bill Belichick is the greatest of all time. That he understands how to build football teams in his likeness and image. You know, the only other person they talked about building things in his likeness and image, it was in the Bible, and it was God.
Ryan Clark on the Patriots after the windy hurricane-ish game. The Patriots, after that game, they beat the Bills, would lose 4 of their next 5. Including the perfect game.
Right.
Twice to the Bills, in which the Bills did not punt.
Worst playoff loss ever.
The following year, they would go 8-9.
Yep.
4-13.
Yep.
4-13. 2-2.
Sweet. They'll win more than 4 games this year.
Probably. Looks like they will.
They should. They're on their way to doing it.
It remains, as we talk about like the history of the stadium and the Patriots are coming in, this rivalry game on Sunday, that is my favorite moment in that stadium, and it can only be beaten if they win the AFC Championship game there this year. That's the only thing that could possibly beat it.
Yeah.
Because that's all the games
sending them off to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the only way to have... Nothing else could beat that. I want to say not even being like Mahomes and the Chiefs come in the divisional round. That one might do it. That might do it.
Well, really, if they... No, part of it, a lot of it was they beat New England. So say if they play a game like that, maybe it's not literally perfect where they score a touchdown on every drive, but they just destroy somebody.
Yeah.
And it's 45-7, but it does matter the opponent. If they did that to the Chiefs, I think it would beat it. If they did that to Baltimore, I think it might be close. But I do think if they beat Kansas City the way they beat New England that day, it would be better.
You know what? If they're the 1 seed, any playoff win would beat that. Because let's think about it. If they're the 1 seed, if they win a playoff game, we are going to host the AFC Championship game. And that is itself just 1 win. You beat Houston 23-10.
No.
It's not better than the perfect game?
No, it's not better than the perfect game.
I don't know, man.
It's great, but it's not better than the perfect game.
Perfect game.
If they beat Jacksonville, 21-17.
To go to the...
They've gone to the AFC Championship game.
No, but host it.
Oh, okay.
If they win a game, any playoff... If they're the 1 seed, they get the 1. They beat Jacksonville, 23-17. When they kneel the ball in that moment, it's see you next week.
I know, it's great. It's not better than the perfect game, though. It's not better than the perfect. You're still going to have Kansas City next week, and everybody's going to be walking out the stadium. You might think that it's like euphoria, like it was that night.
It's a euphoria.
I think half are going to be like shaking, like, we got to do it against the Chiefs again.
The idea of hosting the
AFC
Championship game for the first time in 30 years, that's a euphoria.
But they've already lost to Kansas City in a home playoff game.
Doesn't matter. I don't think that game was
better.
not to go to the Super Bowl. That was a game that happened. But this would, no matter what. Anyway, we're watching the perfect game here. The Bills just called QB power on 3rd and 3. Here's Allen creating and doing the things he does to throw to Dawson Knox in the end zone.
Yeah.
Touchdown. Knox, Singletary, Sanders, Davis, Doyle. You put the perfect game on it here. It's not actually on, right?
No, it's not.
Would you find it on Game Pass? Is that what you got?
Just on the NFL app. Yeah.
Go to the NFL app and get the perfect game.
Yeah.
All right. Ron and Alden. Hey, Ron, good morning.
Morning, guys. I have two sets of quarterbacks I want to bring up. First of all, in the same division you were talking about, Stafford and Rodgers might be the most recent, because Stafford was really good, but he just couldn't get past Rodgers. But I want to bring up my other set was more interesting from when I was a kid was Marino and Kelly.
Right.
Because everyone felt Marino was much better than Kelly, but Kelly always won.
Right.
So that's kind of opposite on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes it that one weirder.
But that's what made a great rivalry, was you had two teams that could compete and could both claim my quarterback is better than your quarterback. That's how we got into this, was if the Patriots do ascend, and if Drake May ends up being a top 7 quarterback in football, it's even not to say above, Mahomes and Allen and Jackson and Burrow. He's just 7th or 8th. There'd be two great quarterbacks in the same division that you don't see it a lot.
No.
And it would do a lot for the rivalry.
Stafford never won the division in the NFC North.
Yeah.
Now, Rodgers didn't win it every year, but, actually Cutler won it once. Is Cutler not... Cutler's not good enough for this.
Not at all.
And Minnesota won it a couple of times, and isn't that going to be a different quarterback every single time they won the division?
Yeah, who's
Favre
that going to be?
did it.
It's going to be...
Did Christian Ponder win the division one time?
Hold on. Is former Bill, Houston.
Former Bill.
The Minnesota Miracle. That's a home game.
Oh, Case Keenum.
Yes.
Yeah,
Did they win the division with Case Keenum?
Yeah.
It's a home game. They must have.
That's right. Okay, so they won a different time, though, a different quarterback every time. So Rodgers didn't win it every year. Trubisky also won the division once. Man, Rodgers and the Packers. There's a couple giveaways there. If the Lions were better, I think Stafford would work for this. But they just were so bad, right? For so long, even with him, that he was never the reason they didn't win those divisions. There was never, I don't think, a debate in Detroit of, well, should we move on from Stafford because he's only pretty good and he's not as good as Rodgers? I think that gap was a lot smaller than it probably seemed for a long time, just because the organizations were on completely different playing fields.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. As we watch the perfect game on our television here, as you look up, I want you to see something that not a lot of people remember from this game.
Yeah.
Mac Jones was fine in this game. He threw the pick to Micah Hyde, which is an amazing play. Mac Jones made nice plays, and Patriots receivers dropped balls all over the place.
Yeah?
Yeah. Mac Jones, he did not just give up 47, and that's a big part of it.
Right.
But he was okay. He was a rookie, and he was okay.
Yeah, he was a rookie.
Yeah. Mike in Virginia. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to ask, at what point would we want the Patriots or other teams in the division to actually be considered really good? Isn't there something to having some stiffer competition as you try to, take your team all the way to February? Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have in the past, in this run of, I don't know whether their 6th consecutive AFC East title, I have told you I want another team there to make it interesting, but I'm not sure if it could be, provably linked to it makes you better in the playoffs. Because Tom Brady won 1 million Super Bowls, and how good were his divisions?
Never.
Almost never competitive.
No.
And they were fine. So I don't need it from a competitive standpoint. I guess what I would say is once the Bills win the Super Bowl and we're looking for the seasons to be a little bit more interesting, maybe then. Until then, they can hang out and just not be as good.
Right, New England goes a decade without making the Super Bowl, and within that decade, isn't that when the Jets are at their most competitive? They beat New England in playoff games. Or a playoff game.
Yeah. Was it twice or once?
No, I think they made it when they made it to the other AFC Championship. I don't think they played New England.
Okay.
But right, did that help them at all? No. They made it tougher, if anything. So, yeah, I would be down for it being more interesting, but I'm with you. I don't need it yet. I got enough right now on my plate with the Chiefs, and maybe the Ravens are not that anymore. But still, those two teams.
Yeah, the Patriots might be this year looking at a wild card spot. Could they be the 7th best team in the AFC? I think definitely.
I think for sure. The conference stinks.
That loss to Pittsburgh looks tough right now. If they had beaten Pittsburgh, they'd be 3-1. Yep. Coming here to play a 4-0 team, there'd be even more juice to this game. And, of course, they'd be ahead of Pittsburgh.
They'll be challenged to do the thing that Miami has not been able to do.
Beat a good team?
Beat a good team, but also you can't win the division if you're always losing to the Bills. You can't even really feel like it's a real rivalry if you're always losing to the Bills. There's no back and forth.
Yeah.
Like Miami wins one time. It's not enough. It's not enough to take it seriously. And that's where I think everybody will be and probably should be with New England until they do it. They not even just win the division, but trade with the Bills. Back and forth, a win every 3 times even. Just in the mix. Because otherwise, if they go out and win their 9 games, even win their 10 games, and they beat the Saints and the Browns and the Titans, and they get into the playoffs, Bills fans won't take them seriously. Not until they. You got to beat the Bills.
You got to land a punch.
Beat the respect into them.
You got to land multiple punches.
Right, and that's the thing Miami was never able to do, and that's why they never got taken seriously. Not really ever. Even when they scored 70 points, it's like, all right, come do it here, and they lost by 25. Like if New England becomes that, it'll just be the same thing. Like, yeah, you're not for real.
Right. Miami lost a couple of close games, but you got to land a punch.
Right.
3rd and 14 for the Bills on the opening drive defensively. May. First down.
Yeah, that 3rd down defense, huh?
3rd and 14.
It's always been a problem.
You know what? We're not calling it the perfect game anymore.
Because they got a first down.
Gave up a 3rd and 14 on the opening drive. It's not perfect anymore.
It's the perfect game until we get a game that's more perfect.
No, it's still pretty good. Hunter Henry there. Dane Jackson sighting. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us.
I'm part of why I put this game on. Like, I'm ready to have the New England fire back a little bit. But for me, that's like watching the Belichick phone game is another one, too, where he just destroys the phone on the sideline.
Yep.
Like, it really flipped so quickly. It went from you can never beat them at all to, wow, they can't compete with you in any way. Like, it flipped on a dime. There was no crossover. There was maybe was it 1 year that the Bills were a playoff team and Brady was still in New England, but it wasn't much. Yeah, there's a drop.
Huge drop from Brandon Bolden. It might be the play before the Micah Hyde pick. Yeah, I get wanting the juice. I get it. It is an entertainment product after all. We got Troy Aikman on the broadcast last night saying it's a bad product because there were too many flags thrown. Last night, ugly football, a lot of flags.
There were a lot of penalties. Yep.
We should get in on this overtime conversation, too. It's always a good topic.
On what, the clock problem or the...
Yeah. Yeah, what the NFL should do about it. Get to that in a minute. Get Howard's thoughts on that as well. Denny is up next, though. Hey, Denny, good morning.
Hey, guys. While I was on hold, I thought of a couple of quarterbacks for you. Tony Romo and Donovan McNabb. Now, that was a good time in that division for sure. My question is around Drake May, but also around Lamar. Both of those guys have the height, but they're lacking the poundage. And really right around Drake May, like, he's got the same height as Josh Allen. You put 30 pounds on the guy, he's looking exactly like Josh. The only thing that he'd be missing maybe is the mental part of the game, and the action-packed part of what Josh Allen brings. But I was wondering, especially with both of those quarterbacks, Lamar being injury-prone, why don't they move to put more weight on these guys? Like an extra 20, 30 pounds would really make a difference for them. So I was just curious about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is true of May. I mean,
he's a
Jackson's going back and forth. Remember, Jackson was light, and then he came in and he put on a ton of muscle. But then I think he lost it again. May's 10 pounds lighter than Allen. It's not that different, honestly. 235 versus 225.
Yeah, I mean,
and May's younger. Give him a couple years.
I don't think for Drake May, he's not Allen with the football in his hands, but he's good.
Yeah, I don't think he's running over a lineman.
No, but he can,
Allen could, but
he's
maybe in a couple years.
But he's running away from linemen.
And also that. Yeah, but he's bigger than Lamar.
Yeah.
He's definitely bigger than Lamar.
Was he 6'4"? You said 225?
6'4", 225. Jackson 6'3", 205. So
803, 0550.
I mean, the Jackson point, if you want to make it. I mean, he's hurt again.
He is. Hamstring.
He's had more injury problems than Allen has.
Yep.
You want to blame that on his size? I mean, hamstring's not really you're taking a beating, is it? That's more soft tissue stuff. But if you want it, you could.
Overtime. There should not be ties in the NFL. That's my full take.
Under any circumstance?
There should be no circumstance in which there is a tie. None.
So what do you want to do?
Whatever you want.
Just not ties. You want to do the college format is eventually gets down to a 2-point conversion.
And only
back and forth.
And only 2-point plays. Yeah, sure. Fine. Okay. Whatever you want. The clock, you want to say player safety. Could I not make the case that a clock in overtime of 10 minutes is arbitrarily about player safety? There's not a play limit. It's a clock.
Right.
If I get 27 plays in an overtime period because there's 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
Or I get 52
in
a 10-minute period. Is one safer than the other? It's just a clock. There's no... this might be almost teetering on let's get stupid, but, player safety. Okay, put a snap limit on it.
Yeah.
You have 7 plays to score. Or you have a 10... let's get real stupid here. I'm going for it. Why not? Overtime now, each team's guaranteed a possession. We're capping your drive at 10 plays untimed.
Okay.
Tell me that's not more player safety than a clock. Now I'm guaranteeing 10 plays for the offense. If the Cowboys in that offensive drive they had run 16 plays and bleed all the clock down, the Packers come out on the field with 2 minutes left and they try to run a 10-play. I'm just trying to figure out a way where I don't get ties. I'll do anything to not have ties. I think they're stupid. You imagine paying $2,000 to go to a game. It's 40-40 in overtime. And they're like, actually, we're done here. You're what? No,
it's over.
We're done here. It's absurd.
No winner. And again, the circumstances where a team could have a first or a second down and they would have to kick the field goal because the clock's expiring
because there's 10 minutes in overtime.
Yeah.
The idea of
I think there's a lot of ways around it.
I don't know how far off it is from, we watch these epic playoff games and Josh Allen never got on the field for this game because he lost a coin toss. That's dumb. Why would you ever want that? Why would you ever want your entire country to be watching a game where it's the Packers and the Cowboys, 2 massive fan bases? What are the ratings in that moment?
Oh, yeah.
And we decided the game is over because the clock has ticked down. What?
Yeah.
Is this... I'll do respect to Section 6. What is this, Section 6? It's dark out. There's no lights out here. We got a full stadium of people. We got television cameras on. We're gonna say it's over?
Yeah.
I think it's absurd. There should never be ties in the NFL.
Okay. I'm with you. I'm just trying to figure out how you want to do it.
Any way you want.
College seems like the easiest. Any way you want. I mean, don't tell that to me because I want my touchdown race. If you remember my idea for that.
Can I give you another? Let's get stupid again.
Yeah.
Let's borrow what the Ryder Cup does. Retain and win.
No, terrible.
Hold on.
Don't like that.
Oh, here it is.
What is
you
what?
would know going in.
Yeah.
Who won the last Packers-Cowboys game? Whoever won the last one. If the Packers and Cowboys tie, but
then you didn't win the game. You retained the game.
Sure, fine. Put it in the win column. When Europe retains the cup.
So what? They win the game 40-40.
Yes.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate that worse than the ties.
The Ryder Cup is of more.
You didn't score more points.
So what? That's how retaining the Ryder Cup is. You score the same amount of points.
The Ryder Cup probably shouldn't have that rule either. For being real,
I might agree with that. But if I can have one of the most cherished trophies in sports stay with a team because of a tie, then we'll do that in football. Who won the last Packers-Cowboys game? Look it up. Going in.
What? But the Bills and the Saints played on Sunday. They haven't played in 8 years. And we're going to overtime. Let me check who won in 2017 to see who wins this game.
I got an answer. We'll carry belts.
This is too far.
And how about this little added level?
Somehow you've gone more ridiculous than my idea, which is lining both offenses up at the 30-yard line. Whoever gets the end zone first wins.
How about this? Who won the last Bills-Patriots game? The Patriots.
Right. Well, so that's worse. Wait, now I got to try in week 18 because I might need the game next year?
No, just don't tie. Just win it. Win the game.
But that's what I mean. Yet now, is Allen playing against the Patriots last year? Because the next time I play New England, I might need it.
Just don't tie them. Going in.
You'll play to not tie.
Now going into this game.
You're saying you'll never have ties because the team that won't get it will always never play for the tie.
Well, because they would know it's a loss. Because the team's going to they're going to retain their victory. This is genius is what this is.
No, this is bad. This is bad because then teams are going to wind down the clock and they're going to start playing for the tie.
Oh, I dare you to. What's Dallas going to do in that situation? They're going to kneel on the ball, and the Packers are going to get it back, kick a field goal, and win.
I'd rather do field goal pig than I would rather do what you just described.
What you're laying out, though, is not wrong because imagine, and the Cowboys are taking this whole thing all the way down 10 minutes knowing they don't even need points. Right. They're going to retain the win.
Retain the win. Do not need that language introduced into the NFL.
All right, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Stefon Diggs.
Yep. First time back at the stadium.
Yeah.
Because they played him, obviously, last year. But first time back at the stadium.
This is where I have to go. I have I don't know that I'm this. I think I'm this way with all players that leave that were great. If I'm try to give me one where they're gone, they were great, and I'm able to be mad at them. Eichel is a great example.
Yeah.
Eichel left, he got booed. I'm not a person that boos him, and I don't blame him. Diggs' departure is a lot different. Diggs is a powder keg that ultimately, boom, it explodes and he goes away. But maybe I'm not that much of a booer.
I think that's probably right.
That might be it, that I'm not much of a booer.
What would it take for you to get to...
Yeah, Gilmore. I don't want to boo him when he comes back. He was good.
Yeah,
I guess I have a thing where sure, if you want to
Marone,
boo that guy. Okay, but he wasn't good.
Coaches are
he wasn't
easier.
Good. You give me a guy that was good. When that guy comes back, I don't feel I need to boo that guy.
But did you boo I don't know, Fitz when he would come back? I mean, everyone loves Fitz.
And I didn't want to boo Briere when he came back. I didn't want to boo...
What with Drury?
No.
I think Drury got more of that than Briere
Maybe.
did.
I don't think I wanted to boo any of these guys. So if you want to do it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I know, it's the theater of football, and I expect hearty boos for Diggs in the Sunday night game. He catches the first catch he gets is going to be boos raining down. I don't know that Mac Hollins will get booed. Probably not.
He chose to leave.
We're going to go to this game on Sunday, and I'm going to be there where Mac Hollins is going to get welcomed and Diggs is going to get booed.
Right.
And in my brain, that's just that doesn't make sense to me. I know why it is happening. But Diggs is one of the best players to ever play for this team. So I don't know if I should be convinced they're going to make a move, but I lean almost all the way to they'll do something. Bean is a GM that likes to be active. I think a lot of people like that he's pretty active. And we get to the deadline this year, I'll be stunned if they just kind of sit on it and we're okay.
Well, especially if they have a unit that is performing the way it's performing right now. Yeah, the defense I saw through 4 games. What's our bet? Bottom 10 defense in the league by DVOA at some point in McDermott's career. Right now they are 22nd in the league.
Okay, so that's 11th from the bottom.
I know it's 11th from the bottom.
Never a doubt, still safe.
Yeah, for now. If that holds and that continues even through a couple of guys returning, then are they going to feel like they can win a Super Bowl with this defense? Because that would be, all right, if we are worried the answer to that question is no, that's the side of the ball. Let's go add a corner. Let's go add another linebacker. Maybe it's not even like the biggest move in the world, but they trade a fourth or a fifth for somebody's rotational piece. But to just sit on their hands if they have a side of the ball that is getting beat week in and week out, which has been the defense really. I mean, they've played below expectation every game so far but one. Then I would see them making a move. Offensively, I would really question where they would do it. So I don't really see it up there. Unless you want one very specific type of receiver, the downfield guy, like a Rashid Shaheed, but I just don't know how that guy fits onto the roster. They already have 6 guys that are dressing.
I might have the same question about the defense. Where does the person fit? Because...
Like if they like Trey Hendrickson.
Sure.
We're already talking about whether they're going to cut a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah.
And that's before any move like that.
Right. I don't think they're going to cut Landon Jackson, but maybe they cut Javon Solomon. If Hendrickson comes in, then somebody else has to go because...
Then, yeah.
Right. Like, they have numbers everywhere. Who would they think about replacing? Their defense, I know it has holes as a unit. I know it has holes overall, and we're generally getting conversations about how it's not been up to snuff. We think those pieces coming back are going to be kind of like trade deadline pieces.
Not much on the injury front. Update-wise from Sean McDermott yesterday, Cameron Johnston, the Bills punter, is going to be out, though, for a while, so they're going to bring in a couple of other guys to work out for that position. Update on Ed Oliver and the other injured Bills, Spencer Brown and Matt Milano. They are improving, according to McDermott. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Major reconstructive surgery for Tyreek Hill on his knee in the next couple of days. Dislocated knee, torn ligaments, torn ACL. He's going to be out for a long, long time after injuring his leg last night for Miami. The Dolphins do win the game 27-21 over the Jets. Broncos beat the Bengals 28-3. It's the start of the wild card today in baseball. First game rolling at 1 o'clock, and you've got Red Sox and Yankees tonight at 6. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I'm not going to keep my mouth shut. That's a good call. It's just not a necessary call, Nothing brings a broadcast to a screeching halt more than these yellow flags. Yeah, the product's just not very good. I'm going to be honest. It's just not very good. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Troy Aikman. Just need everybody to get there on rules analysts. Oh, geez, what are these officials doing all over my broadcast? Is what Troy Aikman says. And I'm sure 7 minutes later they went to an official to talk to him about something. Hey, it's too many flags. Which, whatever.
I always thought you were a big rules analyst guy.
Of course, Howard's here. Again, it's just, you don't actually want all the penalties called. That's in that point.
Yeah.
Are those not penalties or some of them not? If you called every penalty, people would get mad about how many penalties are called.
Actually, they missed. Oh, he was working the Bengals game, but in the Jets game, Miami game, they missed like 3 blatant penalties against the Dolphins.
Yeah.
I just one guy had his helmet knocked off, shoved off his head.
Yep.
Anyway, it gets too many flags, too sloppy.
You also had bad teams last night.
Well, that would be part of it, too.
A lot of bad teams.
Yeah. Jets and Dolphins are both bad teams.
And the Bengals
Jets had,
cooked.
12 penalties or something?
Yep.
And the Bengals, right? How you guys doing?
We're good. Howard's here to pick the Bills. We're watching the Bills-Patriots.
I know.
The perfect
so
game
much
is up
fun.
here.
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Can you see how cold it is on that broadcast? It was cold.
They said it was wind chill was -7 or something?
Yeah, it was cold.
You were a little bundled up, were you?
Yeah. That was the day I realized that I would never fear being outside at a game again.
Very nice.
Yeah, I was prepared.
That's a big moment.
I was prepared enough. I was comfortable enough. And
we only got one more year to really put that to the test.
That was also the day that I realized that any conversation of a dome, I don't ever need it again. Because being outside is part of what's special in that game.
14-0. You think Patriots are coming back in this one?
No, but I was telling Joe that Mac Jones was playing a good game.
There were some drops.
He was.
He was. The first drive.
This was was this the game, the Micah Hyde interception?
Yeah, that already happened in this game.
That was a heck of a play.
It was.
That was a good drive. That wasn't it 7-0, I think, at that point?
It was, and that Micah Hyde interception doesn't happen if on the previous play, Brandon Bolden catches a 20-yard pass downfield.
Right.
I mean, the Bills probably still blow him out.
Yeah, but they had a good drive. Mac Jones was making some nice throws.
He did not have a terrible game.
No. He's Did you see there was a stat about him? It was last three straight games now. He's completed at least 75% of his passes and thrown at least 2 touchdown passes. The only other guy to have a longer streak in the league history of that is Tom Brady.
You're talking about Drake May here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Drake May.
Yeah.
Yep. I was in Patriot quarterback mode.
Yep.
So he's playing well, relatively speaking to recent Patriots quarterbacks. Mac Jones, not so much.
Yep. Well, time to pick the Bills. First, do you want to tell anybody, are you one of those people that's a little bit upset with how the Bills looked against the Saints, or upset that people are upset about how they looked against the Saints?
Or were you busy with your baseball thing?
No, actually, I was very happy the final game of the season was being played during a football Sunday.
That's good.
Because I did not pay attention to what the Mets game was, other than occasionally looking at Twitter or Jonathan texting me.
Okay.
With certain words that can't be used on the air.
So you were dialed into Spencer Rattler.
I was dialed into. You know what? People can say whatever. You can be upset if you want. There's a very high standard around here. The bar is incredibly high. Anything lower than, hey, get to the Super Bowl and actually win one is a failure. And if you're worried about the defense, you should be. And guess what? The defense is why the Bills haven't won a Super Bowl yet in the Josh Allen era. They got a lot of problems. This is like Festivus, Got a lot of problems with the defense, and I'm going to tell you people about them. I'm not panicking, but I don't like what I've seen. They've got a pass rush that's meh. The run defense is bad. The third defense is inconsistent, third down. The safety play is Bishop made a really nice pick the other day, but largely the safeties need to be better. Cornerback 2 is, I don't know. Can you guys play?
Yeah.
So, I think there are reasons to be concerned.
So the question I asked Joe this morning, I put up a Twitter poll about it as well, to borrow a phrase from Kevin Adams and the Sabres, are the answers in the room for the Bills in that defense?
I'm not. It depends which position you're talking about. I would say
Just
some,
the answers
no.
to being a good defense. Are the answers?
Well.
Or is there more to come?
Right now, I would say no. I say right now because it is 4 games, and I'm willing to see. We've seen this before. We've seen Bills' defenses play better as the season played out. So that's why I'm not necessarily freaking out. I've seen this act, and I've seen in recent years Bills' defenses play really bad in the first half and better in the second half. They were bad the other day in the first quarter. They were better as the game went on. They got some key stops in the second half. Is the answer in the room? I think it can be for the pass rush. I think it can be for cornerback 2 if Maxwell Hairston can actually get healthy and practice and play and contribute. I don't think it's in the room for the safeties. So I think it's a mixed bag. And I don't think it's in the room for the run defense.
Yeah. Bishop has looked okay, though.
Getting better.
Yeah, and the big play, obviously, on
That's
Sunday.
That's a really great play.
Rapp, to me, looks like the bigger problem.
He seems to be tailing off.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be a guy who should be as consistent as he should be with the experience he has, especially playing here in this system. So that's the problem with the defense is it just leaves you go into the game and you watch, and every time the Bills offense doesn't score, you get worried because, oh my God, they have to trust the defense to close the game out or make some stops. And that's not exactly a comforting thought. Like the Bills offense has, to me, almost like a small margin of error. Like you better come to work and put up 30 because you have no idea what the defense is going to do on a game-to-game basis.
Right.
And that's disturbing.
Howard Simon here to pick the Bills.
Having said that.
What'd you pick last week? We'll have to find out. Let's go back and check. All right, let's do it. A tradition unlike any other.
A tradition unlike any other.
When they throw the ball to Curtis Samuel, there must be a memo that said you can only throw to him at or behind the line of scrimmage. Why is he here?
It's time for Howard to pick the Bills.
Bills will cover.
All right, so you're picking not only a win, but a cover over the Saints.
Right. By the way, do not follow my betting advice. It's never right.
Fair enough.
Here's the snap. Orbit motion. It's a reverse. Olave going Philly special. And it's intercepted by Cole Bishop at the 2-yard line. And up the sideline he goes. What a play by Cole Bishop. him!
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
So you must be very happy about the deep shot they took to Curtis Samuel.
That was last year, by the way. That
was last year? Okay, well, he got on the field, and they threw him the ball past the line of scrimmage.
But he slipped.
So for you, that's a deep shot.
I was just impressed he was actually dressed for a game.
All right.
He picked 15-2 last week, by the way.
All right, 15-2 last week, and, there's some... Well, we do this every week because the league changes every week. A week ago, what were the Chiefs? Dead. What are they now? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'd tone it down a little bit on them.
Okay, we'll get there. Bills Patriots Sunday Night Football
rivalry series
at Highmark Stadium.
I think there are a lot of things to be impressed about with Drake May. Diggs had a great game the other day. Like his first great game in like 2 years.
He started well last year.
He did well for Houston. He was on
and then he got injured, right? But I guess they hadn't been using him that much. He had a big game the other day. I really do think. What's the spread on this game?
8.5. But it's already lowering. A lot of places you get 7.5 now.
Yeah, I don't think the Bills will cover. I think they'll win. I think it's going to be a struggle, but I think they'll win.
Bills win. Struggle.
Remember, don't follow my betting advice.
Okay. Bills at Falcons Monday Night Football. They're on a bye week, so they get extra time here.
I might be reading too much into this most recent game, but all of a sudden Michael Penix looked like a real quarterback, and then you realize the skill position players he has around him and how good they are. If he could just be average to above average.
Darnell Mooney could give them some trouble if he's healthy.
He got hurt again.
Yeah.
But you have the Bills who are last in a lot of rushing categories playing against Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, and I thought he might have a good game.
And the Bills tackling...
Oh, my goodness.
Horrible.
If they can't tackle Kendry Miller, they got no shot against Bijan.
Missed tackles. Anyway, I'll take Atlanta, actually.
Whoa. I wouldn't do that, but you will. Okay.
I like to keep people on their toes.
Bills at Carolina.
Oh, Panthers. Woof.
Actually, you know what? The Falcons' pass rush has had some moments this year. But I thought that might have been a quarterback-inflated stat based on who they played early in the year.
There's not a lot else going on with them anyway.
No, that's right. All right, Bills-Panthers.
Bills.
Chiefs at Bills after... the Panthers win. The winner of the Panthers.
Just slow down on the Chiefs. Let's not go bananas. I know what they did the other day. I watched the game. I actually turned the game off because I really can't watch them win. Baltimore, two things. One, their defense isn't good.
Well, they got a lot of injuries.
And then the injuries. They went into the game down 4 starters on defense and lost 2 more in the game.
Yeah.
6 starters out against Mahomes. What do you expect?
And important starters.
But they
really
did give up
41
to the Bills, and they did give up 38 to the Lions. But I would anyway, slow down. The Chiefs aren't God's gift to football just yet. I'll take the Bills.
Bills at Dolphins.
Dolphins. I mean, I don't know where they go now with the Hill injury.
You mean Bills, right?
Bills. I meant Bills to beat the Dolphins. Yeah, I don't know where they go.
I assumed.
Sorry.
Bucks at Bills.
You know, I've been having this as a Bills loss. I think the Bucs have been playing with fire so much. Actually, they ended up making that game close the other day when it looked like they were just going to get their doors blown off. I will take the Bills to beat Baker Mayfield in this game.
I think that game could be a lot of fun.
Their whole team right now feels a lot like our plan is just Baker, just save this.
Yeah,
like every game, and he
does worked until the other day.
But he gets himself into trouble. Like he threw a terrible pick in this game, but part of that is he's trying because he's got to do everything.
They also had a blocked punt, return for a touchdown in that game. All right,
Jalen Hurts didn't complete a pass in the second half.
Bills at Texans.
Yeah, I know the Texans won, but they still didn't look that good in victory. So I will take the Bills.
Bills win. Bills at Steelers.
The Steelers are frauds. Let's just move on.
All right, Bills.
Love it.
Bills hosting the Bengals. Will they trade for a quarterback by then?
Will it matter?
I mean, they need some help.
They're off.
See the screenshot of the Browning getting sacked? He's got 2 edge rushers coming right at him, and there's 4 Bengals blocking 1 defensive tackle.
They rushed 3, and they got 2 home.
Right.
They're so pitiful right now. Bills
at Patriots.
So remember what I said about how New England will be a tough game here?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to take New England to win in Foxborough.
This is just Howard trying to not go undefeated.
Well, he did already have them losing to Atlanta.
Oh, I forgot about the loss. I
forgot about the loss to Atlanta. That's right. Bills at Browns. Dylan Gabriel maybe starts. Maybe
Sanders even.
If Dylan Gabriel starts against the Vikings.
Which he's supposed to, I think.
Good.
Hey, the Browns defense is legit, though.
It's good.
It's good. I think
the
it's
over-under
really
that
good.
game is 36.5.
Okay, take the Vikings.
Bills win.
Bills. Eagles at Bills.
Eagles.
And Jets at Bills.
They're going 0-17, right?
I want to read you something Are you picking the Bills there?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to read you something that was tweeted by an Eagles, Zach Berman, who covers the Eagles for The Athletic. He had this long tweet yesterday. I'll shorten it. But Bills fans, I want you to raise your hand if you feel seen when I read this. The Eagles are 4-0 with wins against at least 3 teams that are expected to make the playoffs. It's hard to do. They should be commended for it. But the previous 2 seasons are why there's so much fascination with how they're playing. What's that? A team and a fan base discussing how a good team is playing?
Right.
He continues, 2023 showed you can win games, rationalize everything by pointing to the record, and the problems that are apparent in September can haunt you in December and January. We've seen that happen with the Bills.
Yeah.
He said 2024 showed you that who you are in September is not the team you are in December and January, and sometimes patience and grace are required while a team figures out who it is and how best to play.
True.
It's the push-pull of covering the team. Which group are they? They've earned the benefit of the doubt, but if you've lived through 2023, you understand why you just can't point to the record as a rationalization for every issue. So, if you're someone that calls the station and says, how come people are talking about the football team?
Because there are issues with
Philadelphia just won the Super Bowl.
They've won 20 of 21 games.
And here's a senior writer for the Athletic saying, like, listen, the reason people talk about it is because that's normal.
Yeah. I think I like, too, how he ended that. Because they've lived both lives. 2 years ago, their record was awesome.
And they
didn't look good at all.
No.
And they got beat in the playoffs. And he points that out. Versus last year, they looked amazing. And they had a great record. And they won the Super Bowl.
Right.
The Bills do not look amazing. Well, the offense is good. Really good. Still very good. The offense can have not an A game and still get 31 points.
The best defense for them might be that nobody looks perfect,
especially
in the league right now.
AFC.
Especially, right. I mean, the Chargers losing the other day?
They have the best record. Does anybody look better than the Bills do right now?
No.
That's the defense, the best defense for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you can't want them to look amazing. It's just I don't know who that team would be right now.
Yeah, it's okay to point out the defense needs to be better. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean you don't think they could actually, win the Super Bowl, hopefully, but the defense has a number of issues it has to work out. Thankfully, they don't have to play playoff games just yet.
And you got them at 14-3.
All right, 14-3, not
you
bad.
You had 17-0, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. You should be doing Pick the Bills.
You have
He's gonna pick the Sabres.
You've copyrighted that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, legally it's mine, thank God.
So, you'll pick the Mets next?
To do...
Oh, I don't know. What are they doing today?
What's the next game?
Is it lock or clean out?
They already did that.
Well, would they do that August?
It's very...
What was their record? They were...
38-55 after mid-June.
30. Okay,
they were 45-24, had the best record in baseball.
But who's counting?
And then the rest, me. And then the rest of the season, they went 38-55.
Why?
Because their pitching blows. And idiot Mets fans, you want to talk about an idiot fan base?
Here we go.
Idiot Met fans who are blaming Juan Soto and why you paid him all this money. If you're doing that, you never watched a single game this season. The pitching staff blows. They couldn't get starters past the third inning. They lost a series to the Marlins. They lost a series to the Nationals in September. They blew a series in Cincinnati in September, which turns out to be the tiebreaker. Why? Juan Soto was amazing this season. The pitching blows.
You may remember...
Why are you getting me angry?
A wise man once said, Howard, you're supposed to blame the good players.
Well, they're doing that.
Blame the good players. He didn't do enough.
Oh, what? I mean, they wasted a legendary season from Lindor. Let's not even talk about it. You're late to break. Lindor, Alonso, and Soto. How do you not make the playoffs with those three guys in your lineup? You know why? Because your pitching blows.
And now Alonso's going to pursue free agency. Did I see that?
He opted out.
He said it the night of the game, I think.
He said it right after the game.
Right after the game.
Which is not surprising.
Is he going to stay?
I don't know, because I'm not sure they're going to want to pay him what he wants. Here's the other thing. Your pitching blows. At the trade deadline, they spent all this time and money and traded away prospects to get relievers. Did they not know their starting pitching staff blows?
We needed this.
Idiots. Freaking Mets. What the?
Joe and I were talking yesterday.
Heck.
Joe and I spoke yesterday. We played a golf tournament on the drive home. Like, you know what YouTube really hasn't seen yet now that we're streaming? There haven't really good rants.
You guys didn't rant about the Ryder Cup or anything?
No, I mean, there's spicy conversations.
They made it too close.
But, not like on the level of like a good Mets rant. Like, percentage of people listening right now that care about the Mets is 2%. But
Probably less than that.
But loving to hear you, like, oh, man, let's have it.
No, because like what we're talking, like the Bills, I don't know what they could do for it. It would this would be the Sabres being 10 points ahead in the playoffs this year and then losing it on the final day.
Yeah. Well, I've got experience on this. But a good rant would be viral. Yeah, now that you're on YouTube, that would be fantastic. Can you imagine some of your old rants? Your blame the good players rant?
I don't know.
That would have been awesome.
I don't rant anymore. I'm more mature now. I don't do that stuff.
Oh, you were being serious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've grown up.
So he rants?
No.
I need a team
Nobody
to
rants?
give me a reason. It's the hockey team's got to give me a reason to rant.
Right. Honestly, if the hockey team gave us a reason to rant, it would feel like an improvement. Is that
Yes,
so?
that's
exactly.
good.
Yes, I
that
need
means you actually care that strongly that you would rant about that.
But I've decided I'm going to get bullish on them this year, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know who's going to make the saves, but that's all they need.
I don't know who's going to be in between the pipes, but they're going to be good.
That, they'll be fine.
Listen, they just need saves.
Other than the thing they've been terrible at for 10 years. I like them.
I think the rest of it's going to be fine.
I feel like that's the Mets starting pitching analogy. No, they'll be fine.
Right.
As long as they score 8 goals a game or 8 runs a game if you're the Mets, you'll be fine.
All right. Thanks for coming in.
Love you guys. Anytime.
We'll see you next week.
Let's do that.
Go Bills.
Was it? It was be good, do good, God bless, go Bills?
Yes.
Words to live by.
I'm not considering the possibility that by the end of the year they're one of the best defenses in the league. That to me is not happening, right? But can they be? Is middle of the pack a fair goal to even set? Is that enough, or do people want them to be better than that?
That's a good question.
Because I don't even know if they're capable of being better than that. But like when I say like, hey, I would take 16th for them right now. They walk into the playoffs and they're the 16th best defense in football. Does that sound like I'm putting the bar too low for them? What are they supposed to be?
Yeah,
is a part of this too. Like they're a defense without a game-breaking, like star player. So like how good can they be? They need everybody to be healthy and they need everybody to like play within the scheme the right way because they don't have a Chris Jones game wrecker, I think.
Unless
they have good players.
Right, unless Ed Oliver's first game this season was the first sign he's going to be a consistent game wrecker.
But like
that's a game.
Right. And that's Parsons week in and week out, right?
Yep.
Like they're not getting that. So I think I'd take middle of the pack, and I think that is probably good enough. I mentioned in the first segment, like, do they think it's good enough to win the Super Bowl? I think if you're the 16th best defense in the league, you should think I have a defense that's good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Especially if you have Josh Allen.
Right. Because right now, that's where a lot of these teams reside. Can I be as good as Kansas City on defense? Maybe that's the bar.
Well, what's Kansas City on defense? The difference for Kansas City is that when you get to match play, they have a secret weapon in Steve Spagnuolo who makes a call in a moment and wins.
Right.
Because Spags, I'm not trying to say like it's all bluster. He does get a lot of credit as a defensive coordinator that routinely gives up like 29 to 30 points and wins against the Bills. Really, look
against the Bills, right? Yeah,
look at what happens in these games. They don't shut the Bills down. They make a play.
Timely stops.
1 to 2 plays. Yeah. So I don't know if I should be convinced they're going to make a move, but I lean almost all the way to they'll do something. Bean is a GM that likes to be active. I think a lot of people like that he's pretty active. And we get to the deadline this year, I'll be stunned if they just kind of sit on it and like, yeah, we're okay.
Well, especially if they have a unit that is performing the way it's performing
the
right
defense.
Now. Yeah, the defense I saw through 4 games What's our bet? Bottom 10 defense in the league by DVOA at some point in McDermott's career. Right now they are 22nd in the league.
Okay, so that's 11th from the bottom.
I know it's 11th from the bottom.
Never a doubt, still safe.
Yeah, for now. If that holds and that continues even through a couple of guys returning, then are they going to feel like they can win a Super Bowl with this defense? Because that would be, all right, if we are worried the answer to that question is no, that's the side of the ball. Let's go add a corner. Let's go add another linebacker. Maybe it's not even like the biggest move in the world, but they trade a fourth or a fifth for somebody's rotational piece. But to just sit on their hands if they have a side of the ball that is getting beat week in and week out, which has been the defense really. I mean, they've played below expectation every game so far but one. Then I would see them making a move. Offensively, I would really question where they would do it. So I don't really see it up there. Unless you want one very specific type of receiver, the downfield guy, like a Rashid Shaheed, but I just don't know how that guy fits onto the roster. They already have 6 guys that are dressing.
I might have the same question about the defense. Where does the person fit? Because,
like if they like Trey Hendrickson,
sure,
we're already talking about whether they're going to cut a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah,
and that's before any move like that.
Right. I don't think they're going to cut Landon Jackson, but maybe they cut Javon Solomon. If Hendrickson comes in, then somebody else has to go because
then
right. Like they have numbers everywhere. Who would they think about replacing? Their defense. I know it has holes as a unit. I know it has holes overall, and we're generally getting conversations about how it's not been up to snuff. We think those pieces coming back are going to be kind of like trade deadline pieces. Don LaGreca Mets rant. Howard,
love it.
I'll send it to Howard. Howard, did you see the Don LaGreca Mets rant? No? All right, we'll play it a little later. 803-0550. Open phone lines for you. Some Bill stuff today. It's a feed up kind of Tuesday, Victory Tuesday. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. What else? What did we forget to get to so far? Anything? Any small notes? Sabres play tomorrow.
Sabres tomorrow, and we're less than 2 weeks away from the start of the season.
Yeah, a week from Thursday.
Beyond that, though, I mean, we're not really waiting anything with them, right? Like, there's no interesting roster battle. Tuck's extension's not going to happen, I don't think, anytime soon. We're waiting on the other extensions in hockey.
Sure.
In hockey, it's just that Florida just lost their 2 best players, and one of them for Barkov's probably out for the season. So, them three-peating, you know how they won the last 2 cups? Barkov shut McDavid down as much as any player can. And without him, I think McDavid would have 2 points, two points a game.
There's something to be said for here, like how the Bills, things are falling their way for the 1 seed.
Yeah.
The Leafs taking a step back. The Panthers without their 2 best players.
Yep.
Hey, can you step through the door and have the road that's laid out for you? Just make the playoffs.
Right.
Finish 3rd in the division.
Boston's horrible now. Yeah.
Yeah. This division has been like a chokehold of 4 good teams, and they all have some pretty big questions except Tampa. So Tampa
should be great.
This should be fine.
Yeah. Tampa's a little older, but their best 5 players are too good. They're incapable of taking a step back.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. To join us, Jeremy and Joe, happy Tuesday. What else is coming up today? I don't know. We'll find something. Open phone lines for you, though. On the other side, we'll revisit that Twitter poll about the answers being in the room for the Bills defense. It's coming up here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're in the market for a pre-owned vehicle, go to
The biggest problem I had with those Miami jerseys was the fact that they're trying to claim that they're blue and not black.
I agree with that.
I said that I liked them, and then my dad said, no, they're trying to call them blue.
They said they're dark water.
Yeah, I don't like them anymore.
Okay.
Dark water is
black.
Right. Like, are we talking about
Right?
the water that's 300 meters down? Because that's black. What are we? What?
Right, it's dark. It's dark water.
Is that right? At night, dark water. It's black, right?
Yeah. What about it would be blue? If there's no light, that's black.
When you go deep enough in the ocean,
just darkness.
Yeah.
Imagine you're down at the
Right.
bottom. You're searching the wreck of the Titanic, and your light goes out. And you're like, well, I can't see. It's total blackness. Like, actually, it's dark blue.
Exactly. That's exactly my point.
No,
Right.
I think it's black.
What are you talking about? Dark
No,
water.
I think it's dark blue.
Yeah, okay,
I have this.
sure.
I got the swatch at Home Depot. This says it's a dark water.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that. Stefon Diggs.
Yep. First time back at the stadium.
Yeah.
Because they played him, obviously, last year. But first time back at the stadium.
This is where I have to go. Like, I have I don't know that I'm this. I think I'm this way with all players that leave that were great. If I'm try to give me one where they're gone, they were great, and I'm able to be mad at them. Like, Eichel is a great example.
Yeah.
Eichel left, he got booed. I'm not a person that boos him, and I don't blame him. Diggs' departure is a lot different. Diggs is a powder keg that ultimately, like, boom, it explodes and he goes away. But maybe I'm not that much of a booer.
I think that's probably right.
That might be it, that I'm not much of a
right.
booer.
What would it take for you to get to...
Yeah, Gilmore. I don't want to boo him when he comes back. He was good.
Yeah.
I guess I have a thing where, sure, if you want to
Marone,
boo that guy. Okay. But he wasn't good.
Coaches are
He wasn't
easier.
good. You give me a guy that was good. When that guy comes back, I don't feel I need to boo that guy.
But did you boo, like, I don't know, Fitz when he would come back? I mean, everyone loves Fitz.
And I didn't want to boo Briere when he came back. I didn't want to boo...
What about Drury?
No.
I think Drury got more of that than Briere
Maybe.
did.
I don't think I wanted to boo any of these guys. So if you want to do it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, I know, it's the theater of football, and I expect hearty boos for Diggs in the Sunday night game. He catches the first catch he gets is going to be boos raining down. I don't know that Mac Hollins will get booed. Probably not.
He chose to leave.
We're going to go to this game on Sunday, and I'm going to be there where Mac Hollins is going to get welcomed and Diggs is going to get booed.
Right.
And in my brain, that's just like, that doesn't make sense to me. I know why it is happening. But Diggs is one of the best players to ever play for this team.
Not much of an injury update from the Bills yesterday. We got a little bit that Cameron Johnston, the Bills punter, is going to be out a while, so they're bringing in punters to replace him. Obviously, Ed Oliver, Matt Milano, Spencer Brown, all heading in the right direction, improving. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Last night, there was a huge injury on Monday Night Football. Tyreek Hill, dislocated knee, tore ligaments, including his ACL. He's going to be out for a long time. The Dolphins win the game 27-21 over the Jets, their first win of the season. Broncos dominate the Bengals from beginning to end. 28-3 was the final there. Elsewhere around the NFL, the Ravens lose their star defensive tackle Nnamdi Madubuike for the year. He has a neck injury and will be placed on IR. Baseball playoffs start today, 1 o'clock for Game 1, Tigers and Guardians of the AL wildcard. Padres, Cubs at 3, Red Sox, Yankees at 6, and then Reds and Dodgers at 9. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Got the second highest payroll in baseball? Give me a break. You don't have a chance to complain when you blow it the way they did. You take it. You take it. You get smacked in the face, you take it. You don't defend yourself. This team is not worth defending. We're a worthless piece of garbage organization right now. Hopefully we'll get up from it. Hopefully they'll make the right decisions. But stop complaining about the Marlins. Stop complaining about the Reds. Stop thinking you're better than you actually are. Stop worrying about the Yankees and worry about yourself. Own the town, my ass. How about owning a above 500 record and making the playoffs with the second highest payroll in baseball? Look in the mirror. The words Yankees or Marlins or baseball or Manfred or anything coming out of your mouth other than we suck, I don't want to hear it. So shut your mouth.
Don LaGreca on the Mets. Howard is ranting on the Mets earlier today. We just, going to play some rants. Good to have passion on the radio.
Yeah.
That's a rant about a team that lost in the NLCS last year.
And had the best record in baseball like 2 months ago.
They lost in the NLCS last year.
Yeah.
Worthless piece of garbage organization. Just saying. I
mean, they do spend a lot of money.
Sure.
A lot of money.
That means they're trying to win. That is a good thing.
It's a good thing.
If you don't have a good season.
Well, it's a good and a bad thing, because it means you're even worse at this than you should. You're really bad at this.
It can mean that things went poorly, but it means you're trying.
Right. That's right.
Anyway.
Yeah, what is worse? I think worse is probably not spending.
Way worse.
Yeah. But it's definitely bad, too, that you're spending the most and you can't figure out.
Fair. This conversation is kind of adjacent to, like, what's worse? Tanking or finishing last when you weren't trying to? I feel like
who feels worse, the Pirates or the Mets, is a question, because the Pirates just don't try, right? Yeah, they feel like they don't care.
Yeah.
So it's probably better to be the Mets, although it also was terrible to be that today. I would kill for the Sabres to have that year.
What, were they in first place and they blow it down the stretch?
Yes.
Right.
Let's sign up for that right now.
We would have November, December, January, February.
Yes.
We would have meaningful games in March.
And I would feel something even in April. It would be very negative, but you want to rant? If they give me first place in January and they find a way to miss. They have done this before, haven't they, actually? They did it the once.
Yeah. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Bills Patriots this week, a Sunday night affair, the Rivalry Series uniform for the Bills. They'll wear that. We've seen the last two primetime games, Thursday and Sunday. No, so Thursday the Cardinals and Monday the Dolphins. And now the Bills will rock theirs on Sunday Night Football. So, yeah, we've talked about that a little bit. One of the questions we posed this morning and posted it at Twitter, are the answers in the room for the Bills, which is a phrase borrowed from the Sabres. But looking ahead to the trade deadline, what do you think might be the position the Bills are most likely to seek help? And fixing the defense. So the answers in the room, 63% say no, 37% say yes in this Twitter poll. And I also want to borrow one other thing for this Bills defense. Twitter account Yards Per Pass, who you may follow. Been some of the tweets about the Bills. I won't give their identity. We know him, a friend of ours. But Yards Per Pass is pointing out some things on the Bills. And there's one number in here that I would say that you could take from this what you want. This for me is always there are so many stats in football. You're going to be good at something and bad at something, and you can't be good at everything and you can't be bad at everything.
Mm-hmm.
So he pointed out the Bills' defense is number 1 in the league in yards per pass attempt against. And they're 30th in the league in rush yards per attempt against. So teams run for 6 yards per carry, and they pass for 5.5. And that 5.5 yards per attempt is the number 1 mark in football.
Yeah.
Would anyone say the Bills have the best pass defense in football?
No.
I wouldn't say that either. I think you'd be kind of nuts to say that. It's an indication where this is where EPA and DVOA and lots of things are going to come into play here. The Bills, of course, have played 4 games, one against Lamar, where he threw it all over the place. Then it's Justin Fields, Tua, and Spencer Rattler.
Right. The quality of quarterback isn't there.
Right. And when teams are ripping off these runs, there's only so many yards you can get in a game.
Yep.
You're on a drive, you're on an 80-yard drive, and you run for all 80 of it. That doesn't mean your pass defense was good. It means that they ran for 80, and your entire defense was bad. That's what happened against the Bills. But, thinking about what needs to improve, a lot of people will point to the run defense, and then maybe we'll see how good the pass defense really is.
Yeah. Do you know where they are in DVOA with pass defense right now?
I'd love to know.
19th.
Okay. So number 1 in yards per attempt against,
but 19th.
But 19th in DVOA,
which is baking in who you're playing, the quality of your opponent and whatnot.
Okay.
So that's not very good, right? Part of that is Lamar didn't throw the ball a lot in week 1, right? He didn't have to because Henry was breaking off big runs. So there weren't that many attempts in that first game. The problem is I don't really know when we're going to be tested with that. Maybe this is the week.
This is a good week.
This is the week?
This is a good week.
Yeah, because past Drake May, you'll get Mahomes in a couple of weeks, you'll get Mayfield, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, this is a good week because if you hold the Drake May to 5.5 per pass attempt, well, I guess you have to keep the pass down while you keep the run down. Right? If you give up 6 yards per carry and New England's just running all over you and Drake May doesn't have a big passing day, we might say, you gave up 27 points. Who cares?
Right.
But this is a middle road pass offense that has the potential to pop.
Yeah, right. Because part of it is I don't know that they have the personnel around Drake May. So, I don't know. The Bills, I'm going to be skeptical that they have a great pass defense probably all year.
Until they get
because we just don't have enough tests. And it's also just, it's who's playing for them. Who's back there that is good. I know Christian Benford is good. Great, even. But isn't that it?
Who are the top 3 teams in pass DVOA right now?
Right now?
Yeah, top 3.
The best 3 in the league. Green Bay's number 1.
Okay.
Minnesota's number 2. And the Chargers are number 3.
In pass defense?
In pass defense. Yep.
Minnesota, Green Bay. I mean, Green Bay just got worked by Dak to a degree.
Yep.
But they shut down the line.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. That's only 3 games.
Okay. We're 4 games in.
They don't have that updated.
Okay, so through 3 games, the Bills were 19th.
Yeah.
And after this game, they might move.
I'm glad you brought that up because that is weird that Green Bay be number 1 if they just got lit up.
Yeah. All right.
All day long.
We'll get a call in here. Also going to have Chris Jenkins of the Bills in just a moment here. Sean in Long Island. Hey, Sean.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
All right. So just as we've taken a step back from the Bean tenure, going back to 2017 to now, we're entering, obviously, Josh is still in his prime, but I think we're at a point in his career where we have to start to be a bit more urgent when it comes to roster construction. And you've got Trey White. That 2017 draft was excellent. You got Trey as the first-round pick. You got Josh as the first-round pick the year after. Really, since then, his first and second-round picks, as we know, have not really lived up to their draft hype. He definitely excels in the mid to late rounds. There's no doubt about that. That's where his sweet spots are. I think it's time that he is a little bit more self-aware of where he's is very good, and that's in the middle to late rounds, and start to use these first and or second-round picks to acquire blue-chip talent and later-round picks. Because I'm not saying go full Rams here, but at the same time, we have to start to acquire more difference makers and not this quality depth that we always seem to be after. And we're going to do so with first and second round picks. And at the same time, if you're going to trade a first, you could still get a good blue chip player and maybe a fifth round to go with it. And look what you've done with fifth and sixth round picks in the past. You've gotten a starting corner. You've gotten other parts of your roster to be, on the upper end with those later picks. So I really would like to start to see him hit the urgency button a bit as we're moving on in Josh's career and use these picks, knowing that you thrive in the later rounds anyway, and start to get some of this blue chip talent in. And the sooner the better, because of this whole time on task thing, which seems to always be something where it's like, oh, well, we need somebody here for 2 years in order to get the system down pat.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean. I think there's 2 points here that you bring up, and they might be separate, and some might subscribe to one or the other or both. The one, the Bills haven't hit on their first-round picks the way you might like. I think a lot would agree to that. And my immediate thought was, let's rank the returns they've got on their first-round picks. First, Allen.
Yep.
Second, Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Trading for Diggs.
Yep.
Even with rookie contract versus actual contract, I think their second-best value at first-round pick is Diggs.
Yes.
He's more important than Rousseau, Kincaid, Elam.
Oliver.
Diggs. Their
Edmonds,
second-best use of a first-round pick was a trade for a player in the league. It was a great trade for them. The other part of it, say, lean into being good in the fifth and sixth round. I don't think that is some sort of, personally, I don't think that's some sort of they found a solution other than that's just darts. The draft is mainly unbeatable, and there's a lot of randomness, and you get 10 picks a year. You're going to get a couple of good players. Sometimes they're going to be second and third round picks. Sometimes they're going to be fourth round picks. They did fine for Osiris Torrance. They did fine. James Cook is a second round pick. That looks like a really good pick. But I just think it's a lot of randomness.
But since Milano, even these day 3 picks, they're role players, right?
Yeah, they're guys
who's a great player. You said blue chip. Some teams find blue chip guys in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. That happens around the league.
That's Benford is the best.
Benford, there you go.
Shakir's really good for what they ask him to do.
Yeah.
So,
but even he's a little below what I'm thinking. But sure, those are the 2 names.
But if your overarching point is I might not agree with they'll just continue to be good in the later rounds. But if it's do not fear trading firsts for players, I would do that the next 3 years. I would not be afraid of that at all. I don't have time to wait for them. He talks about time on task. The next 3 first-round picks, if they each take 1 year to get fully up to speed, I'm how many years down in? I would trade first-round picks for players. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I don't know if that's in the cards, but thanks for the phone call, Sean. Some good thoughts there. And like I said, I think a couple of interconnected points that people can, a la carte, however you want it. Take this one, take this piece. 803-0550. Joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of this Bills-Patriots game is Bills Vice President of Marketing, Chris Jenkins, because there's a lot going on this week regarding the rivalries games, and fans, you will be involved as well. So they're kind of putting the word out early. Chris, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for taking some time today.
Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Joe. How you guys doing?
We're good. We're good. Mainly we're good, Chris, because Arsenal took a step closer to Liverpool.
That is not why we're good. That is not why we're good.
Chris is an Arsenal fan.
I was watching with Joe on Sunday for a little bit.
I know. Beautiful. Yeah. Well, Chris, this Sunday, it's the rivalry game, and it's not just any old game from wearing uniforms for the team, but the fan stuff that's going to go on. You guys are kind of jumping in on this, right? The league is and Nike have made these uniforms, but it's more than just uniforms. So tell everybody what to expect for Sunday night and what's going to be going on for Sunday Night Football.
Oh yeah. It's the rivalry program. It's more than just the uniforms. Obviously, everyone has seen our rivalries uniform and the white look with the ice and all those different features. But also, we want the fans to get involved as well, and we're gonna distribute 70,000 rally towels along with our game sponsor Wegmans, and we want the fans to bring the storm, bring the noise, and come dressed in white, ready to cheer on the Bills and get ready for this big divisional game.
So rally towels, I'm holding up one right now. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see the Bring the Storm rally towel here, which is in the theme of the uniforms, and then you're encouraging fans to wear white for a whiteout. Which, by the way, I feel like this time of year, that's easier to do. In December, whatever my parka isn't white, where this game should be beautiful if I've got a white Bills jersey or anything white I can wear. You're trying to make it look like Happy Valley, like Penn State did last week.
Yeah, it's we're trying something new here for the fans to get everyone excited, and obviously that's a great environment. It's going to take us some time to replicate what they do down there, and obviously that was a rocking game on a Saturday night. But yeah, I think we know Bills Mafia can deliver the noise and bring one of the best environments in NFL, and that's what we're hoping to have Sunday night on the national stage on NBC.
What else will fans see in terms of color changes, anything like that? The motif kind of flips as these teams kind of lean into this.
Yeah, we're trying to make this as authentic as possible. We're going to change all of our digital assets on the scoreboards. We're going to add some branding on the ring walls and the field goal posts, and we're changing the flags on top of the stadium. So really, we want this to look and feel authentic to the program. I think you saw Miami last night. They had their game. Arizona had their game on Thursday night. So we're really just trying to make this, really look and feel the part for everyone in Buffalo to feel involved and just feel what we're trying to accomplish here tonight.
Yeah, like a little different look to it. And online, social media, there'll be lots of stuff to kind of like gear things up for the look and the feel of this game.
Yes, we will, at 9:30 today, we'll flip over our social and digital assets. We're going to release our launch video and our article explaining all the activations that we'll have throughout the week. We're, after a great game on Sunday, this great 4-0 start, Tuesday, we're starting our week early for the Patriots and, getting fans looking forward to Sunday night.
Other things happening this week as part of like the activations, things that are going to be going on through the weekend, like anything else planned in the community people can take part in?
Yes. So today we will have our Huddle for Hunger food drive. So we'll be distributing, we'll have our rookie club out there, our players. Dion, talked to Dion last night at Eric Wood's event. He's going to stop by. So, in Lot 2 today at the stadium, we'll be having our annual food drive, because this is also our Huddle for Hunger game, which will benefit the Bills Foundation. So that will be tonight. And then on Friday night, we're really excited to head down to Jamestown Bennett. It's Jamestown's homecoming, and we're going to, bring the storm, so to speak, and, distribute T-shirts for the Jamestown fans, Bennett fans, and really, activate around that game and just kind of continue to spread the word about rivalries. And, how rivalries impact everything, not just NFL teams, not just college games, but high schools as well, football at all levels. And so, yeah, we're going to have some legends appearing there and, distributing T-shirts, rally towels. We're going to have some ice cream samplings. We're going to do a lot of fun things. So it's going to be a big week, not just on the football field Sunday night, but throughout Western New York.
New ice cream flavor?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Did you guys tried it yet?
I have not. Joe said he saw
I
it.
saw what it looks like, and I'm excited to, though.
Okay, yeah, my kids tried it last night, so thumbs up from them. So that's the 9-year-old crowd is into it.
All right, good.
Very good.
We got to get some for you guys. For sure.
Cake flavored ice cream, and then white sprinkles and cake pieces in it too. I think so. It's good.
Yeah, definitely.
I can't imagine not liking it. Myself. Yeah.
So, Chris, Huddle for Hunger today. You said what can fans do to take part in that?
Yeah, just come down to Lot 2 at the stadium and bring food. We'll be working with our partners. In the food activation space, and just come down, have a good time. It's a beautiful day. So whatever you guys could do, whatever the fans could do to help support our efforts there would be grateful. We've been doing this for a couple of years. So it's something that's really important for our community, for the Bills Foundation, and it's everything we're going to be activating throughout the week, trying to bring awareness to food insecurity and trying to help our neighbors here in Western New York.
And one quick thing before we go, I know I got to ask you this. We've seen it in the other rivalries games. They changed the end zones, but you guys are not able to do that this year.
We are not gonna change the field this year. That's something we'll look to activate around next year when we get into new Highmark Stadium with the natural grass. We'll have a little more flexibility in what we could do there.
I learned all about that yesterday.
Yeah, it's like a turf paint thing, right?
Like you got it's like painting walls at your house. You guys have blue end zones, so to go white over blue would be a lot of paint, and then all of a sudden
the field gets all screwed
up.
up.
Then the players are falling down in the end zone, and that's a bad situation.
That's not what we're going to try to do this year. But next year we'll have some more. This is going to be a multi-year program, so this is just the first year. So more to come in the years to come, and then obviously going into new Highmark, it'll be super exciting for everybody.
Very good, Chris Jenkins, Vice President of Marketing, ahead of the Sunday night game. Thanks, Chris.
All right, thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, Joe. Look forward to seeing you guys. Take care.
Looking for a Buffalo whiteout at the Sunday night game. Bring the storm.
Yeah, bring the storm like in terms of the fans. Let's not bring the storm like the actual storm.
Weather.
Yeah, we don't actually need weather. Well, if it snowed on. No, I'm just kidding. No, we don't need that yet.
We did get the explanation for, and it as soon as I was told, like, oh yeah, we have blue end zones. To paint those white would be a lot of paint.
Right.
And then people fall down, and it gets slippery. And the Hall of Fame game a couple years ago got canceled because of paint on the field.
I looked that up. It was 2016, so it was a while ago. But there was something to do with the paint at the center logo that, like, for the same reason, like you couldn't like run on it, so they just flat out canceled the game. Something with the pellets and the paint on the logo. I was reading about it yesterday, so you can't really do it. On turf when you already have a colored end zone. If you have a green end zone and you have turf, you can do it.
Yeah,
but
right.
Not if it's already painted.
That's why they paint the logos for like wild card and divisional round. Like that goes over green.
It's on the green.
Yeah,
part.
It's on the green turf.
Yep.
One other quick note. So I posted a picture of the rally towel. You can check that out. They're giving these out to 70,000 people walking in, and a comment right away from Jeff who wrote in. It's the fourth home game, and they're finally handing something out. Follow up: the season ticket holder gift.
Yeah.
Remember last year, or not last year, a month ago, we saw the Chiefs one was this neon sign that said, how about those Chiefs, when you opened it up. And, like season ticket holders get gifts. The season ticket holder gift for the final year in Highmark, I have my season ticket holder, so I got one.
Yeah.
Is awesome. It's awesome. They sent out to every season ticket holder what do I call this? It's not a carving, but it's like a 3D printed wooden Highmark Stadium from above.
Right.
And it's absolutely like a good throw it in your Bills room trinket. Makes it sound like it's small. This is a piece. It's almost the size of this towel here.
Yeah.
It's a little smaller than that, but it's thick. You could hang it on a wall. You could put it on a mantle. Really cool season ticket holder gift the Bills ultimately came through with. So,
a
lot of times we say, you look at other teams and what they give out, and you'd say, like, oh, how can we get something nice? How about a little something over here? And the final year of Highmark, that gift for season ticket holders, I'm going to give it an A+. Pretty cool. I've got an extra one because my wife has one and I have one. We don't need two in our house.
But you have to.
We have two. You know what? We'll
bring one in here.
We will. And we'll give it away on a contest once. Congratulations, you won my extra Highmark.
We could put it on this steam mantle up there right next to that Mighty Ducks cup.
We have a Mighty Ducks cup, a starting lineup Penguins goaltender.
But like the old school Robo Penguin, so that's 25 years old. And then an Avalanche goaltender, who's that going to be? David Abisher? No name?
It's Patrick Waugh.
Yeah, that probably was gettable. Who did I say?
David Abisher.
David Abisher.
If this had been
stop. Listen, that's the Avalanche goalie when I grow up.
If this had been a David Abisher Avalanche starting lineup goalie sitting here for 20 years next
hilarious.
To me. That's the first time I've
Does the Penguin goalie got a name?
Joe Kelly's
Can you see it? Is there a name on the back of the Penguin
guy?
Ron Tugnut, perhaps?
Oh, I'm going to have to spell this one out, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, there is a name, though?
Hold on.
Yes.
Oh, okay, Robo Penguin era.
We're like early 2000s, late 90s.
And tough to pronounce.
So it's not Tugnut.
No. Who's the Moose?
The Moose?
The Moose that beat the Sabres in playoff series. The Moose guy. I can't remember his name.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Patrick Lalime.
Oh, former Sabre.
Yeah.
He's young.
He is young.
How old are you?
23.
Okay, yeah. Oh.
How old is he when Lalim is the Sabre? He was the backup goalie for a while, wasn't he?
Miller's Vezina year. He's here.
So 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, he's 8. Okay, that's fair. Maybe that's fair. He also never won a game as a Sabre.
At least you didn't say Lalime.
Yeah, he got it right.
You did say it right. Did Derek tell you?
He gave me a little tip. Yeah.
He was gonna say Lalime.
So wait a minute, Lalim,
Probably would have.
Patrick Lalim's just been sitting here in the studio all these years
in a Penguins uniform. Yeah, I guess so. All right.
He played for 1 year in Pittsburgh in '96. So that thing right there, that is 30 years old. That thing.
You love it.
We need an update.
All right, we are due for a break. 803-0550. Whiteout comes Sunday night. Plan for it. Wear white if you can. Fans are encouraged to wear white. The team is wearing white, which is always a good thing for a whiteout. Penn State, by the way, during their whiteout, with their team wear blue. Kind of weird.
Well, they have white helmets.
Still weird.
White out means everything's
still
white.
Weird.
Yeah.
Still weird. Anyway, 803-0550 on WGR. Stefon Diggs.
Yep. First time back at the stadium.
Yeah.
Because they played him, obviously, last year. But first time back at the stadium.
This is where I have to go. Like, I have I don't know that I'm this. I think I'm this way with all players that leave that were great. If I'm try to give me one where they're gone, they were great, and I'm able to be mad at them. Like Eichel is a great example.
Yeah,
Eichel left, he got booed. I'm not a person that boos him, and I don't blame him. Diggs' departure is a lot different. Diggs is a powder keg that ultimately, like, boom, it explodes and he goes away. But maybe I'm not that much of a booer.
I think that's probably right.
That might be it. That I'm not much of a booer.
What would it take for you to get to?
Yeah, Gilmore. I don't want to boo him when he comes back. He was good.
Yeah,
I guess I have a thing where, sure, if you want to
Marone,
boo that guy. Okay. But he wasn't good.
Coaches are
he wasn't good. You give me a guy that was good. When that guy comes back, I don't feel I need to boo that guy.
But did you boo, like, I don't know, Fitz when he would come back? I mean, everyone loves Fitz.
And I didn't want to boo Briere when he came back. I didn't want to boo.
What about Drury?
No.
I think Drury got more of that than Briere
Maybe.
did.
I don't think I wanted to boo any of these guys. So if you want to do it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's the theater of football, and I expect hearty boos for Diggs in the Sunday night game. He catches the first catch he gets is going to be boos raining down. I don't know that Mac Hollins will get booed. Probably not.
He chose to leave.
We're going to go to this game on Sunday, and I'm going to be there where Mac Hollins is going to get welcomed and Diggs is going to get booed.
Right.
And in my brain, that's just like, that doesn't make sense to me. I know why it is happening. But Diggs is one of the best players to ever play for this team.
The biggest problem I had with those Miami jerseys was the fact that they're trying to claim that they're blue and not black.
I agree with that.
I said that I liked them, and then my dad said, no, they're trying to call them blue.
They said they're dark water.
Yeah, I don't like them anymore.
Okay.
Dark water is
black.
Right. Like, are we talking about the water that's 300 meters down? Because that's black. What are we? What?
Right, it's dark. It's dark water.
Is that right? At night, dark water. It's black, right?
Yeah. What about it would be blue? If there's no light, that's black.
When you go deep enough in the ocean,
just darkness.
Yeah.
Imagine you're down at the bottom. You're searching the wreck of the Titanic, and your light goes out, and you're like, well, I can't see. It's total blackness. Like, actually, it's dark blue.
Exactly. That's exactly my point.
No, I think it's black.
What are you talking about? Dark water.
I think it's dark blue.
Yeah, okay.
I have this. I got the swatch at Home Depot. This says it's dark water.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Four 4-0 and number 6 Oregon. It's the whiteout in State College, and the Nittany Lions are ready to rock here at home in front of their fans.
Maybe you watched that whiteout at Penn State over the weekend. The Bills are aiming for a similar one for the Rivalries game. 70,000 towels to be distributed to those walking in the stadium, and they're encouraging fans to wear white for this game. One note on Penn State. I don't make this note enough. I was watching that game Saturday night and thought about it. Have you been to Penn State?
No.
Owen, Penn State, to a football game? No. Joe? No. Been to Penn State?
I have not, no.
Zach? Derek? You've been to Penn State for a football game?
Nobody.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unacceptable. It's too easy. If you live here, a Penn State game is... Columbus is a little farther. That's 5 hours.
Okay.
Michigan's about 4. Penn State's 4.
Okay.
I don't include Syracuse here often, even though I love Syracuse. Penn State football is such an easy trip. It's an easy lift. Pick a game where they're playing somebody. Buy a ticket for $70. Drive there.
Yep.
Sit with 100,000 people, and come back. Like, it is an incredible atmosphere, and it's such an easy lift.
Tailgate scene probably is pretty good too, I would assume there.
Tailgate scene's pretty good. I have a worse story for this. I had an opportunity to go to a Penn State game for free. My freshman year of college, it was me and my buddy. We were roommates.
Yeah.
And we both were just like, it's going to be really cold. Maybe we don't do this. We were watching the game, and around the second quarter, we're like, we really botched this decision.
Yeah.
We really screwed this up.
Yeah.
How good an opponent do I want for this thing?
Who did I see them
Do I
play?
want to make sure I get a good opponent, or I just want to go?
Just go to go. If you can go to how much you want to pay, right? Like I saw them, I think they played Temple.
Like they're playing Nebraska on November 22nd. They're playing Indiana actually the week before, and they're a top 10 team. That might be better.
You know what? Let's check Penn State Indiana tickets.
November 8th.
Because Penn State lost, but they're not out of it for the college football playoff.
No, they're ranked 7th.
Yeah.
Right now, that's 7 versus 8. Penn State versus Indiana.
Yeah. What's a ticket to that game? The cheapest ticket to that game I want to find for you because it's just it's an easy lift. $100.
$100. Not bad.
Yep.
The
cheapest tickets are $100.
They also get playoff games now too.
Yes, they do.
They could host a playoff game against whoever.
I've got a couple tickets. $129. Go sit in section EHU.
Do I have to wear white?
Well, it depends if it's a whiteout game.
They're not all whiteout games?
That I don't know.
I thought they were all whiteout games there.
One of my thoughts on Penn State was this stadium doesn't look like a 100,000 person stadium.
Yeah.
But it is. 106, I think, is what the number is.
No, you're right. It's select Nittany Lions home games. So it's not all of them?
Yeah.
I want to be all of them. Should be their tradition. Maybe it is almost all of them. I'm looking because it's like the list of the whiteout games, and it looks like a lot of them. So...
Here comes the Bills' touchdown pass to Tommy Doyle as we watch the perfect game. Which, you know what?
Tommy Doyle.
Maybe we didn't spend enough time talking about how did everybody decide that they're going to throw the ball to Tommy Doyle here. It's 2nd and goal. They're up 40. They're up 40-10. They're at the 1 foot line.
Yep.
And it's a play action to a wide open Tommy Doyle, which the Patriots must have thought like, listen, They're not about to do something tricky on us, are they?
And then they did. Well, I mean, the simple answer for me is the Bills used to have an offensive coordinator that was into that kind of stuff.
Trick plays?
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Dable would go to the lab and he would come out with something crazy. He's got Cole Beasley throwing passes to Isaiah McKenzie, and John Brown's throwing it to Allen, and here's one where the lineman's catching it, and they don't really do things like that anymore at all. They did it one time since Dable's left, and it went horribly wrong to the extent where they might not do it again for years. Last year against Baltimore.
Just waiting to dial it up when they get a look.
Like, would you not bet right now? Over-under on trick plays. Tyler Bass missed the extra point. He made it.
He missed 2 extra points.
He banked it in.
Yeah, but that's why they had 47. Otherwise, they would have been 49.
Over-under half a trick play from here to the rest of the year.
We have to define trick plays.
Okay. Trick play is...
Here we go. If we were lawyers...
You're either throwing the ball to a player that never would catch the ball otherwise, or a person that's not Josh Allen is throwing it.
Right. It's often defined by an element of throwing is involved that normally isn't. Whether that's...
the lineman catching...
Sure. Or
a non-quarterback
you hand it
passing.
to a player who hands it back to your quarterback...
Sure.
Yeah. Like the chain of command of a play is disrupted.
Right.
It went from the center to the running back to the receiver to the quarterback.
Right. Like the play, like it can't be center to quarterback. And then the quarterback pass, not a trick play. Where in any circumstance. Like last year, Allen's about to throw it against Baltimore, but how did he get it? Curtis Samuel took the snap. Allen was lined up at wide receiver.
Think of him like a wide receiver.
Josh?
On that play, yeah.
They used to do it a lot. Allen's rookie year, remember the Jet game where Darnold threw it down the field and beat him at the end? Early in that game, Allen was lined up at receiver, or where did he start? This is going to be forgotten because it didn't succeed. Zay Jones threw a fade pass to Josh Allen.
What?
Like one-on-one with the corner. I'll find the play with you.
When is this?
Like Allen's rookie year, that game they played the Jets at Highmark Stadium, like very end of the season. Like a contested ball. Like to Josh Allen. Like they used to do stuff like that all the time, but that was a Dable thing.
By the way, do you think Josh Allen was looking for a lateral last week?
Does that count as a trick play?
There was a play where Cook was running, and
absolutely.
Allen's following the play.
I was watching it live, like lateral.
You know.
Yeah.
He
wanted it.
He eventually cuts up and looks and tries to block, but he's just like, hey, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Josh Allen loves a lateral.
He wants to be there just in case there is a lateral.
Yeah. Amy in Erie, PA. Hey, Amy, good morning. Amy? No, Amy. All right, we'll try to get back to Amy. Justin in Oneonta. Hey, Justin.
Good morning, guys. Wanted to dive back into going down to Penn State. I went as an Ohio State fan back in 2019, I want to say. They had like a sellout crowd there, whiteout game. I showed up as that Ohio State fan wearing all black. Took out like a sore thumb. Still a great atmosphere as like an away fan. So even if you want to go see any team that you'd prefer over Penn State, worth it. The fans are great. Little heckling, but whatever. It was like $100 for me to sit at the 50-yard line. Totally worth it.
Yeah. It's also, thanks, Justin. It's also naturally beautiful. The valley there, it's really nice. And the stadium just kind of sits there. There's tons of tailgating space. Yeah, it's beautiful. So I would highly recommend it. You can do it. You can make it to Penn State. Amy, quickly on Penn State. Hey, Amy, good morning.
Hey.
Oh, you might be driving through. Are you driving through the mountains and valleys?
My kids graduated from Penn State. My daughter in 2017. She got to watch a lot of Saquon.
Nice.
My son last year, but you have to go because you can plan it around like a Penn State hockey game. I know a few years ago when she was there, but I mean, rent an RV, go like on Friday morning, tailgate the whole time. They do different things too besides the whiteout. They do like a stripe out. They try to do like a checkerboard. It's gorgeous also when you're driving, through Happy Valley. Easy drive. Do it. You won't be sorry.
Yep. Thanks, Amy. It's there's no fast way to get there. It's not main highways for a lot of it, but 4 hours. And also, if you're doing Penn State, hockey, if you could line up hockey and football on a weekend, you get to see Gavin McKenna.
I was going to say they have the number one pick.
He will be the number one pick in next year's draft, so
should be.
That Penn State team is going to be crazy good.
That Penn State arena, the Pagula Ice Arena, is very nice. I've been there with Niagara Hockey before. Yeah, good trip. Thanks for the phone calls. Yeah, every once in a while, like I was watching that game and thinking, this game's only 4 hours away. You should go to this. You guys should go to this.
Penn State.
Yep. Easy to do.
Even if you don't like Penn State.
Yes, definitely.
What if I hate Penn State?
Go. I hate Ohio State.
I don't know if I hate Penn State, though. I just hate James Franklin.
I've been to Ohio State, and it was awesome. I don't actually have a reason to hate them. I just kind of do.
Ohio State?
I would still go to another game there.
So the coaches?
I don't even really know.
Trussell?
Mainly what I hate
Urban
about
Meyer's easy.
What I hate about Ohio State was kind of squashed last year. I hate that they can lose 2 games a year and just be included in the playoff anyway, which happens every year, and then they won the title.
Right.
So that's what I hate, but, is what it is.
But now everybody can do that.
Pretty much. So you can't be mad at them anymore.
Right.
It's been taken away.
The playing field's been evened.
Yes, everybody's allowed to lose 2 games now.
Except Boise.
And then if you're good enough, you get in anyway.
Boise can't lose 2.
True. 8030550. We'll get Extendo Sports. Hand things off to Derek and Zach here on WGR.
I'm not considering the possibility that by the end of the year they're one of the best defenses in the league. That to me is not happening, right? But can they be? Is middle of the pack a fair goal to even set? Is that enough, or do people want them to be better than that?
That's a good question.
Because I don't even know if they're capable of that, of being better than that. But when I say hey, I would take 16th for them right now. They walk into the playoffs and they're the 16th best defense in football. Does that sound like I'm putting the bar too low for them? What are they supposed to be?
Yeah, that's
is a part of this too. They're a defense without a game-breaking, star player. So how good can they be? They need everybody to be healthy and they need everybody to play within the scheme the right way because they don't have a Chris Jones game wrecker, I think.
Unless
they have good players.
Right, unless Ed Oliver's first game this season was the first sign he's going to be a consistent game wrecker. But that's a game.
Right. And that's Parsons week in and week out, right?
Yep.
They're not getting that. So I think I'd take middle of the pack, and I think that is probably good enough. I mentioned in the first segment, do they think it's good enough to win the Super Bowl? I think if you're the 16th best defense in the league, you should think I have a defense that's good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Especially if you have Josh Allen.
Right. Because right now, that's where a lot of these teams reside. Can I be as good as Kansas City on defense? Maybe that's the bar.
Well, what's Kansas City on defense? The difference for Kansas City is that when you get to match play, they have a secret weapon in Steve Spagnuolo who makes a call in a moment and wins.
Right.
Because Spags, I'm not trying to say it's all bluster. He does get a lot of credit as a defensive coordinator that routinely gives up 29 to 30 points and wins against the Bills. Really, look
against the Bills, right? Yeah.
Look at what happens in these games. They don't shut the Bills down. They make a play.
Timely stops.
1 to 2 plays. I was just about to ask you, trivia question, who scored the final touchdown in the perfect game between the Bills and the Patriots? I thought Hunter Henry, but Mac Jones kind of shorts a throw to him, and he does not catch it. A little Mark Andrews-esque with the drops.
Oh, wow.
We'll see who it is because they score
remember.
in a minute.
Do you know?
No, I'm about to find out watching this. But before that, just got a most likely to be fired NHL Coaches Edition.
Okay.
Who are the favorites to be fired in the NHL? You want to
let me pull up a list of head coaches in the NHL because
Lindy Ruff is on. I mean, every head coach is listed. How many coaches are favored to be fired before Lindy in the first head coach fired conversation?
I'm gonna guess there's like 4.
That is correct.
It's 4?
It is.
I don't know. I'm happy that we have the 5th favorite to have the first coach fired.
Correct answer is Kendrick Bourne on Christian Benford in the perfect game.
All right.
A little bit of push off.
That is not Christian Benford. That is
not
Cam Lewis.
He's just wearing 47?
He's wearing 47.
That makes more sense. Christian Benford was not on the team.
No, he wasn't there yet. Although I did look up, I'm like, is that Greg Rousseau? How long has Greg Rousseau been here? And it is Greg Rousseau. Who's favored ahead of him? Marco Sturm just got the Boston. It's not him. How about...
Owen, you want to crack at these? Teams more likely to fire their head coach before the Sabres.
What about John Hines in Minnesota?
No.
The Wild, they're always a losing streak away, aren't they?
They always seem to be.
For all of their existence. Aren't the Wild always a losing streak away from their coach getting fired? Their whole existence?
It seems that way.
Tell me a team that's not. The Sabres?
The Panthers, the Bruins usually, the
Isn't
Lightning.
Jeff Blashill still in Detroit?
No, he's not. How about Ottawa? No, they just made the playoffs.
Yes, Travis Green.
What?
Better odds to be fired before Lindy.
Even after they just made the playoffs?
Uh-huh.
Really?
Yeah. The answer is Nashville, Islanders, Utah, Ottawa. Those are the 4.
I don't think I can name the head coaches of those teams.
Patrick Waugh.
Where is he?
Islanders.
I got to fresh up.
Andrew Brunette.
Yeah, that's asking to happen there.
Is Dan Bilesma still in the league? No, he got fired, didn't he?
He did.
No,
he got fired.
That
didn't last long. Back to Coachella for Dan Bilesma.
That's a funny thing to say, the Coachella Firebirds,
Yes.
not the festival.
Right.
That is funny. All right, we're back tomorrow. Joe Marino checks in, the Locked On Bills podcast, the All-22 review of the Saints game, turning forward to the Patriots and how real they might be. We'll, of course, continue to preview that. We'll check in with Paul tomorrow, too. The Sabres preseason has a home-and-home with Pittsburgh coming up, so we'll do that. We'll check in with Sal. It'll be media day, all the usual stuff. Enjoy another beautiful day. We are back tomorrow at 6 here on WGR.